Are we live?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Friday edition of the Stretch Run. This is Oldy here. I'm with my special guest host today, Scotty. First time we've done an Oldy Scotty pairing, so it should be a lot of fun. I'm sure we're going to disagree about a lot of horses, and should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to this. Hopefully, some of you had that 17-1 shot at Belmont that just finished. I know that got me out of the pick five, but something like that was bound to happen after the two extremely chalky legs. Scotty, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Oldie. It's good to be with you. We've got a lot of great racing over at Belmont Park. Of course, the Belmont Stakes is tomorrow. We've got race number 3 coming up from Gulfstream Park. I know we're going to get out there. It'll be our first order of business, but a lot of great racing. I'm curious to see. We talked a little bit yesterday on text about the Belmont Stakes, so we'll see. I think it's going to be a wonderful discussion. I'm looking forward to seeing who you've settled in on.
Yeah, no, it's. I think it's an interesting Belmont because I think there's a lot of horses that don't necessarily want to be towards the front, and the horses towards the front don't want the distance. So I think you're going to see an interesting race flow and possibly a mid-level winner. I don't think there's going to be a bomb there.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I played in a horse players tourney for an NHC qualifier, and I pretty much used favorites, second choices, third choices. I couldn't really narrow down on any long shots. I've been saying all along that I always say I'm gonna do 2 entries in the tournament, and I'm gonna put in the EquinEdge long shot in like at least on one of the entries on every single race. And I didn't use it one time, I don't believe. I really think that we're looking at a lot of chalk, but right when you say that, who knows what happens?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. And for the tournaments, I know you've heard me mention this before, but that would be a good opportunity to just eliminate the first 2 horses altogether and look at the race as if, what if those 2 horses don't win? Which one of these longer shots could? And not let that give you blinders or blinkers on, if you will, and towards those heavy favorites.
Well, one of the things that knowing that the EquinEdge long shot is looking at the morning line odds maker, not the EE morning line, but looking at the morning line odds makers odds of 6-1 or higher. So what I'll do is I'll sort the morning line from the odds maker and look to see any horses that first to look to see which horse the EquinEdge long shot used. And if there's longer shots behind it, I just don't use them because they might win once in a while, and they do, but the system is going to choose a long shot better than I'm going to.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. The system's going to be way more accurate, but a lot of times we just end up thinking we're too smart and playing around the long shot too often. I know I'm guilty of that.
So we have Gulfstream Park race number 3 coming up, and we have a big pace advantage here with Demo Wonder, 47%, 78 pace number. The next closest is the EquinEdge long shot, Ideal Breeze, who I don't think can win because I think this horse can rate a little bit, but the 2 is very, very fast, and I'd be shocked if this horse wasn't sent early by Gonzalez. And if they end up dueling, then it sure looks like the 6 horse Sophia Storm gets a really nice trip and is tactical. And in 5 tries going 6 furlongs in the dirt, Sophia Storm, the 6, has 3 wins.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do think the one, Keiko, who's at 10%, has a little bit of a look as well. This group might just be too good for this horse, but if they all go really fast, this is the horse that will be sitting with a chance to swoop in and steal the race from off the pace.
Yeah, I could see that long shot. The EquinEdge morning line was 20-1. And if you look at the race 2 back, I mean, the horse beat a 50 group at 36% by 14 and a half lengths. This is tougher. It's a 58 group. But the only reason why I didn't love this horse, this is the type of horse that's usually near the pace. And in this scenario, there's such good horses that this horse is going to actually be a closer today. And I don't know that that's that horse's style. So I try to beat horses like this. But how much time do we have? Do we have like a minute left? Or are we still okay on time?
We're at 0 minutes to post, but they're circling around.
Okay.
So we have a couple minutes if we want to see if we can put it together a quick exacta or trifecta for the audience.
Okay. Well, do you think? I think the only horses that win this race are the 2 or the 6, personally. But and I think if you take a long shot, like maybe the one horse, like you said, maybe to get up for third, or the EquinEdge. The EquinEdge long shot, Ideal Breeze certainly deserves a long look in the exotics for sure.
Yeah. So what about a 2-6 over 3-1-4 try?
Let's see here, 3-1-4 try. Yeah, I think that's I see why you'd leave the 5 out. The 5 is the type of horse that needs to be on the lead and is not going to get the lead here. I don't think. I mean, this horse is going to send. There could be some pace. At the very least, honestly, the more I'm looking at this race, especially if the 5 sends, I mean, the jockey on the 5 is sending. Even though maybe it's not as fast as the 2 could end up seeing some pace pressure here. And what's interesting is the 3 might be able to sit. The more I'm looking at this, I'm kind of thinking that maybe the 3 horse could sit a nice trip, and maybe we could get a price at 18-1. It's 7-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. And maybe a 2-5 trying to beat the 2 on the front end, because the 5 is going to send, and from the outside, it'd be interesting. The 2 is going to have to get a good break, or could be in trouble here. Yeah, the more we talk, the more I'm liking the 6 horse. I think maybe taking a risk here, because if we put the 2 in the first spot anyways, we're not making any money.
We're not making money, yeah. Something like that for $7.
Like a 3-6, like maybe a 3-6.
Hold on, they're going in. So let me get this up.
Okay.
Here, let's see.
So I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm doing an exacta box 3-6. And then I'm going to do.
Favored, Sophia.
I'm going to do a trifecta.
In the line goes.
I can get it in time.
With 2. With
now, Thunder Buggy and Sophia Storm.
Is what I'm doing. And I'm going to bet the 6. I'm going to bet the 3 and the 6 to win. That's how I'm going to play that.
That makes sense. I could see that happening.
Now, of course, I'm banking that the 5 and the
Sophia Storm to take the outside
and goes fast, and maybe the 2 breaks a little slow.
Post.
If the 2 gets an easy lead, going to be very tough.
And they're off. Level beginning.
Didn't get the lead at all.
The favorite Demo Wonder, ridden for the early lead, beat to the punch by Ideal Breeze, and on the outside, Thunder Buggy, away in 4th, Sophia Storm. The 2 outkicked early are Keiko and Ghostly Knight. And the run to the half-mile point, Ideal Breeze and Jaramillo have the lead by a length. Thunder Buggy is second, looking for room early in 3rd is Demo Wonder. She's only about a length and a half off the pace. A gap of 3 more to Sophia Storm, and still at the back are Ghostly Knight and Keiko. They make their way by a quarter in 22-3. They have 5/16 to run. Ideal Breeze by half a length.
Yeah,
second. Demo Wonder has
done.
lost ground.
One of the
this is going to be 3-6 in some order.
Outside by Sophia Storm. A gap of 5 more to Keiko, then Ghostly Knight. Then they're at the top of the stretch. Plenty of chances here, as this favorite needs to do a ton better than that. Off the turn with Ideal Breeze, the target. Ideal Breeze leads by 2.5 with an 1/8 of a mile to go. From the outside, Sophia Storm. Far back, here's a late run from Ghostly Knight. Demo Wonder's not done yet. She'll have to alter course. Final 16th of a mile. Ideal Breeze shortening up and trying to get home. Sophia Storm produced at the right time, and she'll win it. Sophia Storm by almost 2 in the end. That ended up close for second. The photos between Keiko or Demo Wonder.
I think it went 6-1, but I'm not sure.
I believe it did.
The 1 might have gotten second.
Oh.
And I did. So I played 3-6, 2-3-6, all.
I did the 3 and 6 to win. I did an exacta box 3-6, and I did that trifecta 3-6 with 2 with 3-6. But I don't think the 3 hung on for third, which would have been nice. Yep. I think it's the 1.
Let's see here. 6.
Bill thinks the 1 got second, but I think it's the 2. But
Yeah,
all
2
right.
definitely.
No,
I'm
it's
not
close.
sure.
It's
It's
close.
close.
Man, we almost had that one, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, I might still have it, but not the way it would have been as big as if the 3 won on the front end, which was a great call there on your part, even though it didn't play out exactly the way you thought. 6. Okay. How about you don't stop on the winner and you keep going with the
6 ends up getting off at 5-2. So
Yeah.
I'll get my money back.
The 1 got up for second.
Oh man.
That's going to be a nice try, though.
Yeah, good. But by the way, good call on that 1. Really good
Yeah.
call.
Should have structured that a little better,
Yeah.
but
No, and you know what? And I think that's a wonderful example right there of how, we're going to have the horses, but it's going to come down always to the betting, right?
yeah,
And a lot of times we
absolutely.
get too aggressive on betting, meaning if you just maybe played a little bit smaller as far as your denomination and then spread more, then you'd win more. But a lot of times we'll do a bigger denomination because we want to be able to win more, right?
Right.
But in this case, maybe we kind of had a good feeling about the 6 horse sitting a really nice trip behind all the speed, right?
Yep, and the 1 did show that horse could close. One of the things I noticed about the 2 in this race was that it didn't seem to have a great. So they're saying it's sloppy. It doesn't look sloppy. It looks more good to me. But they're saying the wet GSR that there was a drop there.
Right.
So I was thinking maybe one of these other horses who didn't have great GSRs anyways might be able to steal this race because the horse wouldn't run as well.
Well, it looks like Joey played this well. So great,
Yeah.
great betting, Joey. And by the way,
Great job, Joey.
hello, Rodney and Joe and Dan and everybody. Scotty, how are you? Good to see you all. It's been a while. It's nice to be here, and I feel refreshed and I feel good. I was on with, as you know, with Justin for a little bit, and yeah, I feel like I'm seeing things pretty good too. I've been handicapping, pretty darn well.
Yeah, no, and sometimes you just need to take a step back too. So,
Yeah,
though
you
we
do.
did have some fun at the Derby, at Gulfstream at the Derby,
Yeah,
doing
that
our
was
own little unbroadcasted live show. So,
yeah. So Joey did have the trifecta. Nice going, Joey. What would you guess something like that would pay? So you beat the 2-5 favorite on the top, and that plays bigger. So well, and it paid 30, 30 what 35 40. So that's pretty good for $1.
yeah,
Not
that's not
bad for
bad.
the first 2 favorites that were first and third, and then great call on that 1 horse. I mean, we would have had this. We had the superfecta just nailed, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
So where are we going
Turning for
now?
home, it really looked like we might get the 3 on top, and that would have changed this entire thing. This was probably like $150, $200 try at that point.
It would have been yeah, it would have been great. We're gonna go to where are we gonna go to Belmont 4?
Well, yeah. So we have a few minutes before Belmont 4. So let's talk. I'm gonna move screens here, and then we'll talk Belmont mid pick 5 here.
Okay. By the way, Fish, thank you for chiming in. Good to have you aboard. We're glad you're trying it out. By the way, Oldy, you did a coaching class yesterday. I did a coaching class yesterday. I had 18 people in my coaching class. It is a night and day difference for people that don't know EquinEdge yet when they go do a coaching class. Are you seeing the same thing? Like it's really incredible. When you do the coaching class, it's like all of a sudden it just makes sense to everybody, right? Because it's more about people asking questions and what they don't understand and understanding why the metrics are so important in your handicapping. But the coaching classes, if you haven't done it yet, just go to EquinEdge.com and it's real easy right there. We do 3 classes in English and we do 1 in Spanish now as well too. Alfredo's doing the 1 in Spanish and that's starting to grow as well.
And what a great guy Alfredo is too. Absolutely, I love that guy when I met him. So, yeah. So
smart, hardworking, and loves EquinEdge, and yeah, we love having him.
And just full of life, and just
He is.
in general, like just a fun guy. Um,
And a smart ass.
yes, absolutely. I can attest that he's not afraid to give you a bunch of crap when you're wrong. So, or when
Yeah.
he thinks you're going to be wrong too.
Well,
So,
no. Well, first of all, when we were there, you and I both know he picked the Kentucky Oaks winner. He picked the Kentucky Derby
yep.
winner, Mage. I mean, he was just on fire.
Yeah, no, he's, his handicapping is really amazing. And he was just very confident. He was definitely not shy in his opinions, which is,
No.
sometimes when we get a little gun shy in terms of pulling the trigger on something, that's where we end up missing a horse in another leg or something like that. And he was really on the money.
Right. By the way, I wanted to make a point with the Gulfstream Park race number 3. Since we have 11 minutes to Belmont, can you just go back to Gulfstream 3 for me?
Of
And
course.
and the reason I'm bringing this up, a lot of people in the coaching class have said to me, why don't we have a closing number? Meaning like who's the best closer? And a lot of times I remember in the beginning of creating all these metrics, I would go to the programmer, I'd go to the data scientist, say, I want this metric, I want this metric. And it was never what I had hoped and thought. And you want the pace number to show you exactly what it is. It's not a speed number. It's a pace number, meaning
Right.
you want to know what the pace is. That's the beginning of the race. That's the first quarter mile. Some people do a half mile. Then you can figure out the rest. There's no one metric that's going to get it for you. If we gave you a closing number, if you think it's just going to the top closing, top closing number is going to win. If there's a lot of pace, it doesn't work out that way because the win percentage is a factor. The EquinEdge long shot, the GSR. All these metrics kind of play in combination of each other. So you want to look at the pace. Like here, I'm not looking at the past performances to see the 6 horses style. If I want to see it, I can see it. And I look here and I go, okay, this horse can rate some. And then I see there's a ton of pace here with all these big numbers. And then I look at the style of this horse. This horse seems to be best on the lead. This one, the same thing. And this one for sure. And then this horse has a 31% win. EquinEdge second pick, 2-1 EquinEdge morning line, 3 wins in 5 tries, going 6 furlongs in the dirt. The GSR is fine against this group. And I'm like, hey, we could have a horse that, and then of course the post position of the horse, I'm like, going to sit an outside post,
Yep.
not going to be in between horses. And the 6 horse is going to get a good trip.
Yep. And, the other thing about a late pace number is, oftentimes when a horse is on the lead and gets an easy trip, it's going to end up with a strong late pace number because of that as well. And that's going to throw off those late pace calculations because it wasn't being pressed. So it had a lot of energy left and was just able to fly down the stretch. And in the other case, you might have a slow horse with a strong late pace number. And if it doesn't get the pace on the front end, that late pace number doesn't matter.
Nope, exactly. The best, I think that what we did in Gulfstream Park here, race number 3, was a prime example of how to use the pace number. I definitely would advise clicking on the horse's past performances. Of course, we have that on mobile now as well. And then you see here, you've got 3 horses here. The 5 horse needs the lead. 3 horse from that inside is not going to be rating. And the 2 horse needs a lead. And they sent. And then the 6 horse just had a perfect trip from that outside post. And it was 31% to win. I mean, in my mind, is there really that big of a difference between 31% and 47%? Especially when the horse is going to get a nice trip and is tactical. See, to me, the pace number did its job because when I see the 63 of the 6 and I see the post position and then I see this horse can rate, I don't even know what else. I just need to see what's going to happen up front now.
Yeah. And, the other thing, and we talked about this a little bit on the show, or not on the show, on the training class too, is, you have to look at the overall pace scenario, not just that there's a big pace advantage here on this one horse, but you have 3 horses within 11 points of each other on the pace number. So you have the more clustered together the pace numbers are, they don't have to be. You could have your top pace number be 50. And if you have a 48, a 47, and let's say a 40, they're going to go fast because they're pushing each other.
Exactly.
And
And I think, by the way, I think it's a good point to make on the 5-horse Thunder Buggy. If you look there, you'll see that horse, yes, it's got a right. But you look at it, if you look, it needs the lead. Clearly, this is a front runner. And then when you look at it, so you know the jockey's sending at all costs. So you got to get in the jockey's head. And you're like, this jockey's looking at the past performances. He's looking at a form and he's going, I am sending. But then you look over at the SOR that's next to that 67 pace. If you go back to race view, and you see what's the SOR? It's a 51, which means the horse's class is way less than what the two contenders there, the 2 and the 3. It's less. And so which means that this horse is going to show speed and then fade. The only thing this 5 can do is upset the favorites. That's all this horse can do. He can't win. No need to use a horse like that. It's just not winning. All it's going to do is all this horse did was screw up the 2. That's all it did.
I mean, the definition of cheap speed.
The definition of cheap speed. That's right.
We got 6 minutes to Belmont, so let's
get out there.
My ticket is up, but let me get your ticket. What's the what budget do you want to use?
By the way, hello to Catherine and Ben and Traveler. Hello to you guys. Stephen, welcome. Real quick, Kyle's asking, at what point do we consider a horse's GSR number to be a significant advantage over the next? It's a great question, and we get that a lot, Kyle. It really, first of all, the GSR is my favorite metric, but it's not like that. You really have to look at all the metrics together. And then what I do too, what's up, Chuck? And then what I'll do, and Blake, hello from Mississippi. So yeah, it said come visit his book. Which is the race book? And which race book is it? Tell us, Blake. Kyle, it's not like that. What you want to do is look at the horse's past performance to see if it's had that same GSR, to see if it's been burning money and see if it's been facing. And I'm going to show you a way of handicapping in just a bit. Okay, I'll show you that. Sweet.
Yeah.
So I'll show you how to use. We'll show you. But by the way, I really highly recommend, Kyle, check out a coaching class because it's a lot easier to show you some of these points than it is on the show.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, go ahead, Oldy. I'm sorry.
So what budget do you want to use for your...
Oh, okay. So let me see what I did here. I think I used about 120. Let me see. It's a $1 denomination, right?
No, it's 50 cents for the pick.
Oh, it's 50 cents. Okay, it's 50 cents. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. The scratch is really... So I'm singling the 1 horse. I was singling the horse before I saw 1 to 9, to be fair. 94 pace is just going to be too much. I watched this horse's last race. It beat an equal field to this. It was 42%. Like, everything looks the same. This horse was doing it easy, travels very nicely. This is a very, very classy horse. I don't think you're beating this horse. By the way, I do think that New Year's Eve, the 2 horse at 25 to 1, now 22 to 1. I think this horse can be in the money, so you might want to just use that horse in the exacta and trifecta. And then the 4 horse Wakanika, this horse is 13 to 1. It's the EquinEdge long shot. It has physical issues for sure, but when it's right, it's a good horse. And then it's got 8 wins and 17 tries for almost $700,000. So, but I'm going to single the 1. I don't think they're, no matter what they do, they're catching this horse. In leg number 2, Oldie, I'm using 3, 4, and 7. And then, yep. And then in leg 3, I'm using the 2, 6, 7, and 5. Excuse me, and 5. 2, 5, 6, 7. And then in race number 7, I'm using the 2, 5, 8, 11.
2, 5, 8, 11. Okay.
2, 5, 8, and 11. And then
2, 5. I still have the 7 there. Hold on. Okay.
2, 5, 8, and 11. And then let's see here. And finishing off with 2, 4, 6, 7 2467.
67. Okay. All right. So this should be that is Scotty's ticket. It's $96.
Yep.
Much more compact than mine, same single. So mine is, pull up the right screen here. Mine is also singling the one. I went much, much wider in the middle legs here. One horse I want to highlight here was the 8 horse here seems to want 7 furlongs. Did win against Similar, who's the E long shot. You have the 9 here, who won last time out at 7 furlongs. But I wanted to talk about this 5 for a second here. So you have a 6-point GSR increase going from 7 furlongs on the dirt to 7 furlongs on the turf. And the horse went from Walder to Maker. After going from Walder to Maker, seemed to be running improved. It is working pretty well. Draws IRAD. I think this horse, also the E morning line, has a little bit of an angle on it with 9-2 versus 5-1. I think this horse is very live.
I agree with you, by the way. Yeah. I almost missed this horse when I was handicapping last night. I'm like, no. Look at, you got Maker who took over, faced a little bit easier than last time out, but did it so easily, beat 9 other horses. And this is the logical step up, and also gets state bred here, right? So
yeah, and gets IRAD too.
And IRAD jumps aboard as well. And jockey trainer combination of the two of them is 26% in 91 tries in the last 365 days. So certainly deserves a big look.
Yeah, absolutely. And another horse that I wanted to highlight here was the E long shot in race 6, Collaborate, who I thought has a really interesting look here. So beat 68s at 6 furlongs, which is the distance we're going here. 12-1 on the morning line, only 5%. But then went up facing stakes company, open stakes company as well, and it just wasn't good enough for that. And is now dropping back into non-winner of 2 company. And I think if the Baffert, who is the 10 here, or the former Baffert, I mean, is faster than the pace number indicates, because it blew a couple breaks here. That might push the 2 and might set things up for the 3 here at a big price.
Let me tell you my thoughts on Collaborate, the EquinEdge long shot. The race you're talking about was a very similar level, a little bit easier, and the horse was 36% to win. Now but there was only 4 horses in the race, and so the horse could get the trip and still barely got up there. Whereas now this horse is going to have to, pass a lot of horses to get the trip, is only 5% to win. So that's why I thought that it was going to be tough to beat a lot of the favorites in here. So that's the only reason I went against it.
That makes sense too. It's just something I saw, and I was looking for some prices. The other horse that's at least a little bit interesting, and let me just see where even though we can't show Belmont, we have to be getting close here to the they're loading right now. But I was going to say Dream Shake, who is first time Michael Stidham, was former Peter Erden horse, was running in grade 1s and grade 2s, and is dropping in here and at 15% and 5-1 on the morning line.
I'm putting everything around the 2 getting second or third is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve.
And even though Maker and Lascano are a good combination, it's interesting that IRAD's riding for Rob Atras and not Maker here.
What's up, Curtis?
All right,
Thank you so much. Also, Deb. Hello, Deb Martin. How are you? Catherine's in the house as well. All right, they're loaded into the gate. Are you going to play the sound, or I can turn my sound up?
I just turned the sound up. There we go. And just as you would expect.
You watch the stride on this horse. This horse
Yeah.
is no joke. Like, I mean, this horse is so nice. 1-5 off odds, threes in second, not a surprise. But I mean, this horse has such natural speed. What an amazing animal this is.
Yep.
What's up, Buffalo Mike?
I mean, might have even gone too slow.
24-2. I mean,
I mean that this horse ran, I think at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup, going 9.5 furlongs, went sub 24.
The thing about it is, like, this horse. Look at this. I mean, he's just strangling this horse.
Yeah, but he's bringing these other horses into the race by maybe strangling off a little too much.
I love this horse. Goodbye.
Pretty much a hand ride.
Yeah. Come on, 2. Get up for third. One time. Come on. No.
Well, you did call. I think you made a good call in Wakanaka. You might get there.
Like,
No.
yeah. I took 2 barely missed third, which would have been nice in the trifecta. But I mean, that horse is just so nice. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, once in a while, it's nice to just have a free square.
It is, isn't it? Wow. I was just super. Wow. Super, super.
And, we talk about that horse. But one of the other things I wanted to show, that horse has run a mile 5 times and it's 3-1-1 in the money every time, 3 wins.
Yeah.
And, if you look at that horse as well, this horse, and I was talking about, it almost won the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf on the front end, going like, I want to say it was 22. It was a little under 23 for the first quarter.
Right.
At 9.5 furlongs. So that tells you, I mean, going 24.5 here, 24-2, was nothing for this horse. It can do that in its sleep.
No, this is this horse is now what, or that was a $500,000 purse, earned 300 grand around. And that pushes this horse's earnings almost to $2 million. Like, and I mean, this is a really, really nice horse. Like, that's this horse got second in the Breeders' Cup Fillies Turf, right? And what we were talking about, but yeah, otherwise that would be 5 straight wins. It's going to take a very fast horse to go early with this horse, that's for sure. But wow, that was super impressive. That was fun to watch.
And notes do help too, because so even if there was a hot pace here, I probably would have singled this horse, just based off this note from that race at Keeneland on April 15th.
Yeah.
Too, so it can handle the pressure, and it's just like after that last Belmont card, I believe that was. On June 11th of 2022, it's like a light bulb went on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And by the way, that happens too. Do you know when that happens? It happens when trainers are patient with horses. Like I've been going to a lot of sales, as you know, lately. And me and Anna are leaving tomorrow morning for Ocala. I'm going to be there a week and hopefully buy some horses. But the issue with the 2-year-old sales is the people in the game. And this is not a slight, by the way. This is just what it is. They're pushing these horses at a very young age to work as fast as they can because people are buying horses that are fast at 1/8 of a mile. Yeah. But, and so now what I'm doing is I'm trying to look past that because I've never seen a thoroughbred race that was 1/8 of a mile. So I'm trying to use the GSR Plus grid to be able to judge some of these horses and then look a little bit past these fast workouts. And then I think what's important as well is to then let them just chill on a farm for a little bit, rest, and then, just be a horse and because they're being asked to do so much at a young age. Because the truth is, the skeleton systems of these horses are not fully developed until they're 4 years old. And the reason I bring this up is because it's brutal, because when you look at a lot of the top trainers, they don't have older horses. All their horses are 2 and 3 years old.
Yep. Yeah, no, and you see that a lot with the Baffords, especially.
Yeah.
So we have Gulfstream Race 4 coming up. They're on the track and moving towards the gate. Did you have any thoughts on this race? I know that the 8 is top pace here, by about 12 points, but does appear to, Lifetime is 1 for 20. Probably wouldn't be a horse I'd normally use. I think the 4 is a solid looking favorite. I think you might sit the trip on the 6 as well at 8-1 and 22%. I do kind of like the fact the 6, which is the first choice, is sitting at 8-1 right now.
When I see our top pick so dead on the board, it makes me nervous. So I'm going to play against this horse. I think that the 4 horse really seems to be the horse. I mean, none of these horses like to win. I just think that this horse only has 3 wins in 36 races, but it's jumping from 25% to 12% to 25%. It does go down in GSR just a little bit, but this is a huge drop in class from a 60 SOR to a 50. And this horse only lost by a length and 3/4 against that better group. So I think Royal Louis is going to be tough at 2-1.
All right, I'm going to go with Barone Sesko then. I think I usually like horses when I can find a high win percentage that's not being bet. That's an overlay that I like.
Co-favorites are 4 Loyal Louis and number 7 Raka Cruz. Into line, Gun Maestro. Big Louie's ready. So we have Big Louie and Loyal Louis. Smoking Cloud getting set now.
A lot of Louis there.
White and blue colors.
A lot of Louis.
Raka Cruz, then Loyal Louis.
I'm glad to be here with you, man. This is nice. It's cool to chill and just talk horses and have everybody on the chat and just play. It's nice.
All set for a start. And they're off.
I mean, we all know you're
the Loyal Louis with Bella Future moving to him on the outside.
You're the grand poobah of EE, so it's nice to, I know, for the listeners and viewers, it's nice to have you on and maybe get a little update from you on where he's heading and some of your plans too.
3 parts of a length. Bella Future latched onto him in a flanking position, second, back to third, Loyal Louis. Barone Cesco is 4th and starting to gain a bit of ground. Gun Maestro is 5th.
Of course, my 6 got that down.
Big Louis is 7th, and Midnight Getaway is 8th and last.
But I'll still take 9-2.
On the inside, Raka Cruz taken on now by Bella Future and Barone Cesco out deep on the course. 2 back to Loyal Louis. He's going to try to tip and roll, and they're at the top of the stretch. Raka Cruz has lost the lead to Bella Future, but Barone Cesco charging to challenge him, and over the top, Loyal Louis. 1/8 of a mile to go. Loyal Louis! He starts to shift ground under Lionel Reyes.
I think you got me here. My horse just didn't want to pass anybody.
Going away. Up for second, Barone Cesco. Back to third was Bella Future. From last to 4th, Midnight Getaway. 105 flat.
We got the exacta, so that's good.
All right, so.
But let's see. What do we have? We got Laurel Park race number 6 coming up in about 15 minutes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct. So. That's the start of the Laurel late pick 4. And I did put a pretty small ticket together for that sequence. And if you have one as well, I can punch yours in here.
I didn't do one, but we can, if we want to, put one, I can, the great thing about EquinEdge, I can literally do a pick 4 so fast and feel confident. It's amazing. Like you and I both know that we couldn't do that our entire lives. And
right now,
like what chance do we have of doing a very accurate, possibly ticket Yeah, pick 4 when the race is coming up in 14 minutes. Let alone what about 5 minutes or 2 minutes, right? You couldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's if you wanted action, of course. Of course, it's always better if you put a little bit more time into it, but sometimes not, right, Oldie? Because sometimes we overthink.
Yep.
You know?
Absolutely. Sometimes your first opinion is the right opinion to go with.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So what budget do you want to go with?
Pick 4, I would say, maybe $72.
Okay. And I'm going to have to clear mine out of here for a second. So just close your eyes.
Okay.
All right, there we go. 72.
So what I try to do is I ran the $72 ticket, and then what I try to do is I'm like going through each leg right now, going, okay, where can I find a single? Now the 5 horse Abracadabra, of course. I mean, this horse looks awfully tough. And if you look at like the 5 horse top EquinEdge pick, look at the last 4 win percentages for this horse: 38%, 48%, 44%, and it's been first or second in these races. So I don't see any reason. There doesn't seem to be anybody really great in here. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll sort the EE morning line just to see if it likes anything, like it's the 3 horse and the 8 horse. I'll tell you another thing I've been doing lately, Oldie, and it's really, really been working for me. What's up, Christy? Happy Friday to you. Is sorting the SOR. So not the one on the GSR tab, but sorting the SOR. I'll look at the one on the GSR tab, of course.
Yeah.
So, and if I sort here, unfortunately, there's not much of a separate. Well, no, let's sort here. We'll do that here. So when I do that, there's not a lot of a separation for the horses I like, but you'll see a separation, and I'm getting rid of these low SOR horses unless they have a good win percentage. I won't use them even if they have a low EE morning line. They have to have a decent win percentage for me to use a low SOR horse, and it's absolutely been working for me. And I've been able to handicap a lot faster as well, instead of having to get so much into the past performances, the handy view.
That makes perfect sense. One of the things that I've started doing now is, I ran some numbers the last few days, and I've noticed that the just lone pace, if it doesn't match anything else, wins is very low percentage winning, like 4 to 6% range. So I've been auto tossing horses like the 6 here, who's only 9% and has a bad GSR, is last in SOR in this race. So for me, that horse is an auto toss right off the bat.
Yeah, it's got a low SOR. I will tell you another thing too. I prefer singling if the horse needs a lead and is a lone pace. I prefer it to single those horses in short races, in sprint races, in sprint races instead of long races. I don't know why. I just have had more luck taking a horse that needs a lead in sprint races than I have in distance races.
So did you want to single the 5 here?
So
or
definitely
did you want to look at the other legs?
No. So single the 5 for sure. 64, 6. I don't think there's just no pace in here. Well, no, that's not true. The 6 is fast.
Yeah.
See, okay, so the way you would look at the 6 horse back in the woods, and we're talking about race 8 at Laurel, is 4 back. It went gate to wire, and won by about 2.5 lengths, but that was against a 60 group.
Yep.
And you can see that 7 races back, it faced a 64 group, and it had an easy lead and then stopped. So this is a 66 group. So there's a high likelihood that the 6 horse is going to stop. And then who's going to be the horse sitting in second or third is going to be the 5 horse who's tactical. I think the other horse, the EquinEdge long shot, maybe is an interesting horse.
That's a look.
Right? I mean, that horse at least does deserve a look. And, this horse is a good breaker as well and could be sitting a really nice strip from the inside. I think maybe I'll try to add the 2.
Okay, so I would say my one thing I see on the 2, and this would be an argument Justin and I would get get in for sure because he'd single this too. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
Is that I see the 2 doesn't really like to pass anybody.
See, there's something about, I agree with you. There's something about that horse. It got that win 4 back at 24%. And it needs a really, really well-timed ride. And so if we look at that horse, it's going to be a very interesting horse. It's a hit or miss, but why not? I'll throw it in there anyways. Okay. In this race, I had a really, really hard time with this race. So I'm going to cover 1, 3, 6, 7, 9 in this race 6.
In race 6, you're 1, 3, 6,
7,
9.
9.
1, 3,
Yep.
6, 7, 9. Okay. Leg 2.
Leg 2, I'm going to use 1, 2, 7, 8, 11.
1, 2, 7,
8, 11.
11. 1, 2, 7, 8, 11. Okay. And then you're 2, 5. And then the last leg.
So I have mixed feelings because the EquinEdge, the EquinEdge first time starter long shots do very well. But that horse has the lowest GSR.
Yep.
It's also 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. So I'm confused. Then I look at the 7 horse, and this horse has just burned a ton of money. It's really difficult for me to really like this horse. And I mean, it was 39% against a similar group and lost by 6 lengths. Now it's had a layoff and it draws a nice post, and it'll be sitting off the 2 horse, but the 2's cheap and the 2 is going to stop. So I would, you know what I mean? So I would imagine that maybe we're looking at one of these first time starters, but one of the interesting horses here is Will's Music, the 5 horse. I watched this horse had trouble. And if you look, broke 11th of 12 horses at 36-1 against a similar group and only lost by 3 3/4 lengths. And so, I think I'm going to try to beat the 7, and I'm going to use the 5. I can't use the 2 because it's too cheap. I can't use the 2. So I'm going to use the 5. And I'm going to take a risk on
Is that what you were thinking?
I'm going to take a risk on the 1 horse, the EquinEdge long shot. So I'm going to do 1, 5. I'm going to leave out the 7.
Okay. 1, 5.
So that is a $50 ticket.
Yep. So
I'm going to play that. In fact.
Yeah, and I played mine as well. Here's what I did. I went just 3, 5, 9 in the first leg. I do think the 9 has a look that it could go gate to wire. Both your top pick, top win percentage. It's the GSR is good, top pace, and fits from an SOR standpoint here.
Yeah.
And it's a Jamie Ness horse, so you definitely have to know where those are at Laurel or Parks. So I actually considered singling the 9. This horse is also tactical, so if it doesn't get the lead, it's not the end of the world. Did rate 2 back for Ness. The 3 Clubman, who's your second choice, and likes to win a lot, is moving with claim for 20K and is moving to a higher percentage trainer as well, and getting a slightly higher percentage jockey. And this horse nearly won, well, not nearly, but ran well in an open non-graded stakes. And then I also like the 5 here, who has beaten 58s, beaten 54s. The thing about the 5 is it either runs or it doesn't. And it didn't last time out, and it's almost in every other. I mean, it really is in every other. Ran 1, 1, didn't run, 1, didn't run, 1, didn't run. So in that pattern, it's due for another one of those races where it runs. So the
By the
9,
way,
the 5 I
by the
thought was
way,
really interesting. Go
yes,
ahead.
Belmont is OC Breeze. Belmont is running for sure.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
that they announced this morning that that things had cleared up significantly, and that it actually is a beautiful day at Belmont today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was stranded there, and then I was 1, 2, 7, 8, 11. I think we saw a lot of the same things here. Um, Again, that this is another situation where you may, this horse is a little cheap. The 2, that's your top speed or top pace, but there's just not much else here in terms of pace. Um, so you could find a price there. The 1, your top E pick, is not your top win percentage, but has been a group of 48s. I think this horse needs the lead though. It's a nest horse, and it's really going to be, does the top pace number get the lead? Does that jockey know that? Or does the 1 get the lead here? And if the 1 doesn't get the lead, I think the 1's
Toast.
done. Yeah. Um, the 7's dropping in here. It's a pretty significant drop. Is 22%. Your E second choice. I think the 7's dangerous. And you use the 8 and the 11 also.
Oh, by the way, I think we should make a point on that. So the more I'm looking at this, first of all, the 2 is going to have the lead. I think
Yeah.
we're clear of that. And none of the EquinEdge algorithms looks at pace. None of them. So I'm actually gonna change my ticket. I'm gonna take the top EquinEdge pick out.
So you're going to
Because
get rid of the 1.
I'm
Okay.
getting rid of the 1 because that horse is not winning. It's not happening. So what I'm going to do is I want to add one more horse to the last race.
Okay.
I'm going to add the 8.
I didn't take that. Hold on.
And I'm going to cancel my bet and put it in. And that's a wonderful play, especially if it works, obviously. But that is a really smart way of playing. Is to understand that the algorithms aren't looking at pace, and so when you look at the 1 horse there in race number 7, our top EquinEdge pick, it needs the lead. I mean, this is not a horse that's going to rate. It doesn't have a class advantage of any kind, so it's going to be really, it has 3 wins in 26 lifetime races,
And it has a terrible GSR on the turf too.
Yeah.
And this was, and in this case, the horse isn't the favorite. It just happens to be the top pick. But I was talking on the class last night about evaluating the favorites and looking for the favorites that are beatable when you're trying to select a segment to actually spend your money on and to attack, because those are the places where you're going to get an ROI, is by eliminating tickets and finding favorites you can beat.
I had the coaching class we had yesterday was so great. I know you said you had a good one, but it was just we were just killing it. There was a lot of great questions. It was awesome. I really enjoyed the coaching classes.
Yeah, no, it gives me a chance to interact with a lot of people that, sitting here talking into the wind, so to speak. Other than the chat, that you don't get to actually see their face or have a conversation. And there's something, whether it's in business or in life, there's something about having a conversation.
Yeah, well, not only that, I think it's important. Like, we're doing all the talking, but it's really nice when people can ask questions, because it sinks in more. I'm putting in my ticket as we're speaking, but what do we have? How much time do we have?
We still have 4 minutes here, so you got time. I did single the 5 here. The horse that scares me that I didn't use is the 8. Who's a nest horse that nearly won granted it was a 64, but nearly won a grade 3 and nearly won an open stakes company race. So that horse scares me a little bit. As well, the 3 is a little scary too. So beat a 64 group. has done well at the distance, at 2 of 3 at the distance. So if I were to add, I would add one of those 2 horses here, either the second choice, the 8. And typically I don't like second choices when they're that low in win percentage.
Yeah.
So I'd probably go with the 3, who's 15% instead. But the 8 does have, has faced some pretty good horses, and
Yes.
just tends to break slow. And I don't know that there's the speed here eh, for that horse to get home. Where the 3 eh, is similar, but is going to be sitting a little better of a trip. Um,
Yeah.
and then in the last, I did what you said not to do, and I did kept the 1, 2, 6, and 7. I did have to use the long shot first time starter. Um, we've all been not used that horse too
Yeah.
often to not have learned that lesson.
Yeah.
Even if you don't see it, it's telling you 19%, and the morning line's telling you something, and so is the fact that it's the long shot. There's 3 things there telling me to play this horse, so I'm playing it. Um, the 2, I know you didn't like the 2. One of the things I like about the 2 here is I like horses that that win races and then are disqualified and then are back in a maiden race. Uh, this horse also has a huge GSR bump. They'd been running at 4.5 furlongs on the dirt. This horse wants turf, and is going from 48 to 66 on the GSR, and should get an easy lead. So I think the 2 has a chance to go gate to wire. And then the 6, eh, is 15% at 12 to 1. It's hard to pass up 15% at 12 to 1. And then you're right, the 7 is a money burner. But this is an easier group for the 7, I'm sorry. And if the horse breaks well, I think the horse has a pretty good shot. And I'm looking at the E morning line of 4 to 5, and the E morning line's telling you something. So is the win percentage. And I did not like the 8 or the 5. So that was my thought process there.
The 2 horse. Okay, so you've got Michael Jones Jr. who just took over, and he's
Yep.
smart. Like what he realized was when you look at like I'm looking at the GSR Plus tabs right now. Dirt is a 50, turf is a 68. So this horse is moving up like 18 points in GSR. I'm talking about the 2 horse, and it's also 16% to win, and it's the top pace number. So
Yep.
absolutely, this horse will run a better race. Will that be good enough to beat this group of you got a bunch of first time starters? You've got the 7, a lot classier horses. I'm banking that the horse is going to get late, but I think the 2 has a big shot at pretty good odds to be in the money.
Yeah. No, and yeah, I've lost a lot of 5 furlong races over the years by getting caught right at the wire. 5.5, I mean. Horses that normally would win at 5 and at 5.5 get caught.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to point out is the trainer on the 8 and the 6 are the same trainers. So one of those horses is probably going to be placed a little closer than the other. And, even though Tim Keefe is a 10% trainer, he's 0 for 5 on the 8, and in 48 tries 4% on the 6.
Yeah. So I think they're at the gate, right?
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Boom.
By the way, while they're loading into the gate, I just want to plug
Moving
the
in.
we're starting a new company called Equine Breeders. So it's if you go on Twitter, it's at equine_breeders, and we're going to be putting all the horses that we like at the sales. So we're going to call our shots ahead of time, is what we're going to do. And so, hey, Chris, by the way, how are you, Chris Walsh? And so if you get a chance, follow us at EquinEdge Breeders. It's going to be really neat. So starting Monday, when the sale starts in Ocala, we're going to post the horses that we liked best. And we're using the GSRs.
And they're
So
off. Oh, awkward
there it
beginning.
goes.
Very awkward start there for Working on a Dream. Burks is out to the front from
There's your
Club.
nine.
The inside is Guillaume
Yep.
flashing up two in that second flight as they move into the turn. Run caught 3 wide. Walk away Joe, and
Go
4
off
wide
at
is Golden.
9 went off
Gully,
at 6 to
and
5.
outside
Okay.
there, deep outside is Never Change. Will settle some 6 lengths from the front as they round that turn. As a gap of about 5 or 6 back, Bobby G, and Working on a Dream trailing the field. They round that turn and head now with 6.5 furlongs left to go. And Burks up top. Burks trying to slow up that pace. Leads 3/4 of a length down the backstretch run, with Clubman the closest one in second. The far outside is Never Change in third position, followed by Golden Gully and Guillaume head-to-head there for fourth. And Walk Away Joe is in between rivals in fifth. Another 6 back at Bobby G, and Working on a Dream trailing a field. Less
tell you
than
what,
5
that
furlongs
3
to go.
Clubman
A
looks
pretty easy
loaded.
pace for Burks.
Yep,
Trying to stretch that
definitely.
speed.
And
Burks
it's
up
for a
top
horse
from
that didn't
one
have
on
a
the
pace
Beverett on the
number is
outside.
really
A
close
length
to the
and a half
pace
more. Never Changes
without
third.
even
Walk
really
Away
being
Joe.
asked.
Guillaume drops back a little bit and passed by Golden Gully, who's now 6th on the front runners into the far turn run. And next is Bobby G at an even pace, and Working on a Dream trails the field 3/8 from home. Burks and Clubman
That's
on the
two horse race.
outside. Burks, Clubman's trying to get by with 2.5 furlongs
Nine's
left,
not done,
running on
though.
a 5.
Good race.
Never
No.
Change, Walk Away Joe, Golden Gully, then back to Bobby G. Top of the stretch, they make the turn
Let's see if the
home.
9
Burks
kicks
and Jimmy
clear. I don't know
Rodriguez
why
opening
the
up 2 lengths
why
on
the 3
Clubman,
chose to
who's
go
drifting
that
to the
wide,
outside
but
second spot, but
Yeah, that's
still willing.
interesting.
Another 5 lengths
Looks
back.
like-
Picking up third now is Bobby G as they pass the furlong marker. Burks in front by 2.5 as Clubman keeps on reaching on the
They're well back
outside.
to the
Burks
speed.
in
Nine's
front.
going to hold on. Good
Burks
call.
is going the distance. Burks and Jamie Rodriguez scoring by 2.5.
should have played that
Clubman was
exacta.
second, and Bobby G picked
Yeah.
up third. Never
Look
Changed
at that.
fourth.
Top
and Walk
EquinEdge
Away
picks
Joe.
9-3. It's amazing how often that happens. We did all that handicapping and it comes in 9-3 anyways. Hey, we got Belmont race number 5 coming up.
All right.
And what did we have in the pick 5?
I was 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 here.
2, 3, 5, 7, 8. Okay, and I was I am 3, 4, 7.
3, 4, 7. Okay. I'm on the wrong screen, but
I really think this 3 horse is long term. The top EquinEdge picks deserves a long look. I didn't use the 5 Endowed, who's off a layoff, because I thought this horse had burned a lot of money. The 4 horse seems to be when I like to look at Oldy is where these horses are in the stretch. What was the SOR group they were facing? What was their win percentage? And did they finish? Now, I used the 4, but when I looked at the 4, it's right there every time, but it doesn't finish and it gets overbet. So that made me like the 3 more. And then the 7 horse should get a very good trip from that post position. And last time out, only lost by a length and a quarter against a 60 group. Today's a 54 group. And the time before that, Broke Bad didn't have the best trip. So in the time before that, faced a 66 group. The truth is the EquinEdge long shot, the 7, will be very, very tough to beat here. So I like this. I like the 7 and 3 best in here.
yeah, and we expect the 6, who's 13%, but top pace here to get the lead and to stop. And they're nearing the gate. I did put the sound on, but it seems like it's going to be another minute or 2 here. And then we'll be backing right up into the Gulfstream late pick 5 as well.
Yeah.
Which I'm just going to put my ticket up on the screen if you want to enter yours real fast too, while we're waiting on Belmont to get to the gate. We can do that as well.
I'm actually putting in a pick 4 right now, singling the 7 horse at Belmont. I'm going to take a risk. Yeah, I'm going to single the 7. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 in the next leg. Now I like the 3 a lot in this race too, but I'm going to take a chance on the 7. I think the 7 will run good. 2, 5, 8, 9, 11. Who did you like in the last leg here of this pick in race number 8? Who did you like
Race number
at Belmont?
at Belmont. So I liked the 7 Warlike Goddess. The race might be a little too short for her, and I also like the 4, possibly Yuri Longshot on the front end. Now that the other speed scratched out of this race.
Okay. All right. Let's see if this 7 you got a good trip. Broke really nice, and the jockey grabbed him, which I like.
And the 6 didn't get an easy lead either.
No. I don't like the 8 on the outside of the 7. I mean, I really, that's on the jockey to let that 8 do that to him. You know, it's just, now you're in between horses and you have the 8 horse that's going to get first run on you, and the jockey has to check up. It's a bad ride.
And I'm not sure why it froze on me, but
He's not running at all. Wow, I'm really surprised. Both my horses are not running at all.
Come on, 5.
I couldn't have been more wrong. 2-1 on the 4. 5 is not giving up though.
Nope.
4-5-2. That was, you know what? That's the best ride I've seen Joel give a horse, and I don't even know when. I mean, he sat on the inside, rated nicely, so it's a good move.
Yeah, and I'm out. I did not use the 1 for 15.
You know,
2 for 15 horse.
I didn't. I used the 4, but I didn't love the 4. But this horse gave this horse a good ride. And then sometimes that happens to you where, you know, like I really liked the 3 a lot, and I also really liked the 7. But sometimes that just happens. You don't know why they don't run. They just don't run, and you just have to go to the next race and move on.
That is true. Very true. Sometimes sometimes things just don't go the way you thought they would.
No.
So we're getting to the gate at Gulfstream. Did you have anything you liked in this pick 5 sequence at Gulfstream?
Let me see here. Gulfstream Park. Let's see here. I actually did. So in Gulfstream Park, race number 8, I like the 1.
You like the 1, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like the 1. And then in
like the 1 enough to single it.
Yeah, and then in the last race at Gulfstream Park 9, I like the 8.
Okay. I'm single to the 3 in the last race, and they're going to go in before the ticket generator comes up here, unfortunately. Going on here.
Demurely going up. Now Lovey Lee, Summer Home, and Hialeah Hottie. Hialeah Hottie to take the outside gate.
Now let me turn off the. Sorry about that.
They're in the gate.
So you would have singled the 1 and you like the 8 in the last also?
Yeah,
Ready
I
at
like the 8 in
5.5.
the last.
Lead pick 5.
3's the horse to beat for sure, but I thought I would try to beat it. Everyone's going to single that horse, and then I like in race number 8, I like the 1, and in race number 9, I like the 8.
And they're off. Good start out wide for Summer Home. Lovey Lee rushing forward. Hialeah Hottie into the top flight with Danny Hill and Demurely next.
I
At
thought
the
this
inside,
race was wide
Lexinator and the
open.
trailers
I did
Forever
too.
Ours. Fanned across the course in the run to the
2, 4, 5,
half-mile
9.
point.
I
It's
thought it was
Lovey
between
Lee and a
those
big
4
prize
horses.
now working to the inside and in front 3 parts of a leg. Summer Home is second at the
I thought
rail.
maybe
Danny
the
Hill now
2
third.
horse would
Demurely
get a
held
good
up between
trip.
horses. Hialeah Hottie is 3 wide.
Behind all
Gap
the
of
speed.
2.5 to Lexinator with pace ahead of her, and the trailer is Forever Ours. That's the 7 of them as they have 3 furlongs to run. Lovey Lee only narrowly. Here's Summer Home on the outside. Hialeah Hottie is 3 wide and only 2 lengths off the lead. Lexinator 4 wide and launched into the clear by Edwin Gonzalez through a 22-4 opening quarter. They're at the top of the stretch with plenty of hopes here. On the far outside, Lexinator has all the momentum. From the inside, Lovey Lee fighting hard. Summer Home between horses, back to the inside and Danny Hill, but Lexinator is powered to the front. Lexinator is clearing off with the 16th to run. Lexinator and jockey Edwin Gonzalez to win, going away by 4. Good battle here for second. Lovey Lee very game for second. Over third running Hialeah Hottie.
Yep.
Summer Home is 4th, 105-2.
E long shot.
E long shot. Yeah, I got bet down too. To the favorite. And look at the morning. Yeah, the 5 to 2 ended up being the favorite. And that horse, ended up going off at 2-1. Was 5 to 2 on the EquinEdge morning line.
Yep.
You know, I find when the EquinEdge morning line and the EquinEdge long shot kind of are like pointing towards a horse, they do very well.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I see that a lot. One of the things I had noted at Belmont, in some of the data I'd seen is top GSR and top pace as a combo. I was seeing that at 40% at this Belmont meet. Top GSR, top pace.
Yeah.
When they match. It doesn't happen that often, unfortunately. But
one of the things, do me a favor real quickly, and just by the way, Catherine, Stevie Marie's doing awesome. Yeah, it goes by so fast, doesn't it? 5 months, huh? Your grandson. It's the best being a grandparent. Go to the past performance of the 2 horse. I just want to show one thing you can look at. Okay, so if we look 2 back, last race back. Okay, it was 5 furlongs on synthetic. Okay, the horse faced a 54 group. Okay, and then today facing a 54 group. So all things being equal. Okay, then was 10% that race to win. Today, 23%. So you're seeing things go positive, and then the GSR goes from 50 to 56. And then you look at how the horse did in the last race, and you can see it was finishing from the inside, but it just couldn't get there at 5 furlongs. The GSR goes up, the win percentage goes up 13%, the SOR is the same, and then you have a winner, right? So that's what you want to. And then if you get any kind of pace whatsoever, and especially if it's cheap speed and you don't necessarily really, respect the front speed, then you have a horse like the 2 horse who actually went like 6 wide. And the only horse to close in the race was the 2.
Yeah. And you look here, speaking of cheap speed, the 6 and the 8, much lower SORs. This horse is 2 for 30. That one's 3 for 20. And the 6 is 0 for 4 at the distance as well.
Yeah.
So definitely was cheap there and really set that up. And, I thought the 3 might close decently in here too, but did not really show up. But, it makes sense that the 2 had some pace to close into and was able to pull that one off.
So what do we got? What do we got?
We have a little bit of a break here before Belmont race. No, actually, we have the next race is Laurel race 7. We have a few minutes. We have
5 minutes.
I believe it's about 10 minutes if we want to take a look at and do a little E live and take a look at Delaware race 6, which would be the next thing coming up, or we could talk about Belmont tomorrow a little bit, whatever you prefer to do.
So race number 6, the 9-horse one. I had 1, 3, 6, 7, 9. I'm looking at my wagers right now, and I have 2, 7, 8, 11. So I threw out the 1, and the 1 right now is 13-1.
The one
Really,
at
race number 7 at Laurel. So
Laurel.
really dead on the board. Really dead on
Yeah.
the board. Oldie, why don't we look at well, you whatever you want to do. We could maybe for a few minutes maybe look at the Belmont Stakes just for a couple of minutes or something. That wouldn't be a bad thing to do just to kind of break it up a little bit since we've got 10 minutes before Laurel 7.
Absolutely. So help if I actually clicked on something that was directly in front of me. There we go.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to, I mean, this horse is training phenomenal. I think a lot of people, 37% to win, are going to love National Treasure. And I'm going to definitely be the odd person out. I'm not choosing National Treasure whatsoever because I looked back. The horse had like a 25-point pace advantage in the Preakness. They crawled up front. There was, Mage was coming from behind and they went so slow, Mage couldn't get there. I just like this horse, and there's more pace. Now, there's not a ton of pace, to be fair. The 5 is fast. The 1 tap at shoes is fast. But whether they're going to push hard, I don't know that the jockeys are going to go on those 2 horses. Probably the 5 will go. But when you look at the 1, no, maybe.
I talked about this last night, though. And I mentioned this to you as well. The 5, when it doesn't get the lead, stops. So if National Treasure is able to get the lead here, the 5 is not going to, and the 5 also has a habit of breaking poorly. So if you get a poor break and this horse stops, now all of a sudden you have something like that.
Okay, but there for sure is going to be a faster pace. That's 1. And 2, this horse's GSR is dropping 20 points.
Yeah,
I don't know that this horse wants to go 1.5 miles.
Well,
at this level.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Even though at 10 furlongs it was a 94, at 10.5 it's a 74. I also think that Tappet Shoes, who's a 99 GSR and 61 on the pace, may be here just to be a rabbit because this horse really class-wise doesn't fit here.
Right.
This horse may be here because Cox has 2 other horses that need pace, an Angel of Empire and Hit Show.
Well, I'll say this, though. Here's another thing, too. To win these types of races, the horses that are winning them are the ones in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, but the win percentage is a great algorithm, and it's 37% on this horse. So I have mixed feelings about it. Like also Forte's 8-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. It's only 13% to win. It's got a good GSR. A lot of people don't think this horse wants to go that long, but based on what I saw in the gallop out going 9 furlongs in the Florida Derby, I don't think Forte is going to have a problem at all. The horse I really want to like a lot, who's got a 99 on the GSR, is Angel of Empire. We talked about this one.
Yeah.
3rd in the Kentucky Derby. Look, what's interesting is if you see the past performances, look at the second career start. Look at the GSR of that race.
Right. It didn't belong on turf.
It didn't belong on turf. And if you look at the GSR plus grid, I mean, that horse had no right being on turf, but when they've had it on dirt, it's done nothing wrong. Can I ask you a question? If you just got 3rd in the Kentucky Derby in pretty much a race that didn't have a ton of pace, and you've done nothing wrong on dirt, why the heck would you add blinkers? Why? I don't like that. I don't like big.
I think he thinks that maybe if he would have had blinkers on in the first place, the horse wins the Kentucky Derby. Because it was the break that killed the horse.
It's a big risk. Like to make equipment changes in big races is just From my experience, it's a big no.
And from what I hear, the horse has been working with blinkers the whole time. So maybe they see something different in the morning and they're trying to get that in the afternoon, so to speak.
Right.
The horse I don't like here that I know you liked in the Derby was Hit Show.
Yeah.
Just my memory of Hit Show should have won this race. The horse had a perfect setup, was in better position than Mage, and just hung and had nothing in the stretch.
Nope, he didn't.
And to me, the GSR is going down 4 points. Not a big deal, but to me that's a sign that the horse probably doesn't want longer either.
Yeah. So he trains all the horses with blinkers, but yeah, that's what I figured,
Yeah.
Christy, that I'm sure Flavian Pratt's the one that told him to have blinkers, but like this is a very nice horse.
Yep.
I mean, Brad Cox must be ultra positive that this horse needs blinkers, and maybe this horse, I'm sure it's training lights out, but with all the uncertainty around Forte, with the uncertainty around whether National Treasure wants to, has to have a really clear lead and wants to go 1.5 miles, you could start, and then if Angel of Empire doesn't run in the afternoon with those blinkers, you could see a bomb here in the Belmont.
I don't think Red Route 1 is any good. I really think so if it were me, I told you I was down to 4 horses here. Those are the 4 horses that I think have a chance to win the Belmont, and none of them are bombs.
Right.
I think, and again, the question with Forte is health. Tapitrice is working out of its mind, but he was working out of his mind before the Derby and he didn't run.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not convinced that the Tappets want this distance either. So Forte's a Tappet, or no, Forte's not. Tapitrice and Tappet Shoes are the Tappets. But I'm not convinced that either of those horses want to go 1.5 miles, and Tappet struggles at 1.25 miles. That's why there's been no Tappets that have won the Kentucky Derby either.
No,
and now we're adding an extra 1/4 mile. I do think if the 5 breaks slowly and the 1's just not that fast, and the 1's getting Lasix off too for the first time. So we don't know how the horse is going to respond to that. I do think National Treasure could get an easy lead here.
So Gareth is saying there's a $2.5 million horse running in 3 minutes. Its 2-year-old debut at Haydock in the UK for Charlie Appleby. That's interesting. Called Ancient Wisdom. Could easily see it later in the season in the Breeders' Cup. That would be fun. Let us know, Gareth, how that horse runs. That sounds fun. And Bill says Forte's not losing. I'm telling you, everyone's going to be looking around and trying to find the horse, and everybody's on National Treasure. But I'm kind of leaning towards Forte as well. I think at the end of the day, what has this horse done wrong? It's only won 6 races in a row, and 7 of its of the 1, 2, 3, 5 in a row. Excuse me, won 6 of 7 lifetime races, and I don't know why this horse ran bad at 6 furlongs. It ran a poor race in its second start. Other than that, this horse has literally done nothing wrong. And I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. You don't win at Gulfstream Park from the 10 post and out at going 9 furlongs or 10 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. You don't do it. Gunrunner did it. It's like I think I want to say 3 horses or 4 horses that have done it out of like the last 220 races.
Yeah, and what I'll say about that though is the horse was healthy then, and I'm not convinced that the horse, based on the video from earlier this week, where the horse again had almost an identical stumble to what happened right before the Derby, that the horse is healthy. And I know I talked to Chris a little bit about it because of his experience taking care of horses and around racehorses. And he thinks it might be a bone spur issue. I've heard other people speculate it could be neurological. And, but horses don't stumble like that identically while training very often and have it happen more than once. So, my issue on Forte, part is the distance, whether because the horse is going from a 99 to an 89, so it is losing 10 points on GSR, but still 89 is impressive. But the real thing is the health. And, the fact that the Kentucky vets were saying the horse isn't healthy and that they tried to run, they argued and wanted to run it anyways. And no evidence has been put out there that showing that the horse was healthy. And I think if it was, they would have been in the public and in the press saying, our horse should be allowed to run. Here's the medicals. And, my concern is they're running an unsound horse or a horse, even with a minor issue, that at this level could take the horse from what you saw in the Florida Derby and turn it into an ordinary horse.
Yeah. By the way, Laurel's coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've been looking at this race coming up for a few minutes now, and the more I'm looking at this, the more I like the 11 horse. The 2 horse has got a lot of speed and going to be tough to catch, no question. But it's I don't know that it's this classy. It barely lost having the lead against a 46 group 2 back, whereas the 11 horse has been facing much tougher, and so maybe the 11 can catch it. Now this 2 is going to have an easy lead. Then you have the 7 horse, who's yes has been facing better, but this horse also faced a 50 group 3 back and didn't run a lick. So I have mixed feelings about this race, but the 1 horse is dead on the board, 12-1, the top EquinEdge pick. I'm going to guess that maybe the 11 horse by the Seashore gets there, but this is on paper, this is a pretty wide open race. And the EquinEdge long shot's dead on the board. It's a second-time starter who ran a good race, breaking its maiden. But horses that break their maiden only come back to win 5% of the time against winners.
But how often do you see a horse that, ran a 45 maiden claimer come up against this reasonable of a next time out group too?
Well, I think there's some issues with all these. I don't think this is the strongest group in the world. And this horse broke 12th, and still won by a length and a half. Yeah. Dead heated, but, ran a good race. So, that's why I spread with these 4 horses. I mean, I hope I made the right call leaving the top EquinEdge pick out. I think you and I both agree this horse needs the lead to win. It's going to be sitting in second place for sure. I'm kind of hoping it duels with the 2 horse. That's what I'm hoping for. And then the 11 horse, I bet the 11 to win.
There is still the possibility. And again, I don't think I used the 1, and I really shouldn't have, but the only thing I see here is that this horse doesn't want turf as well, besides needing the lead. But, the 2 could stumble and maybe the 1 gets an easy lead here. Yeah. The 7 coming from the outside, I don't think will be on the lead if that were to happen.
No, 7's not going to be, but 7 has tactical speed. The other problem with the 7, I wanted to really like the 7 a lot. I think it can rate a little bit, and off the layoff, don't be surprised that 7 runs a good race. It's EquinEdge's second pick. I won't be surprised, but here we go.
And looks like it was training lights out too, as I look at the works.
Second wire finish 5.5. And they're off. Gemologist hustle up on the inside.
I really love the break of the 11, and I love that the jockey grabbed him.
By the Seashore
Racing.
Well, and I also like that the 7 got right over too and saved ground.
Riches is next.
Yeah, the 11 jockey. That horse arguably broke on top, and then he grabbed the horse and sat and let those horses go.
Bossman JJ's out there in front now. From Gemologist to the outside in second, and
Here comes the EquinEdge long
in
shot.
third position. Odinson
Wow,
with a quick move in between.
The 11's got horse.
Long in fourth by the Seashore. Seashore on the far outside. Kobe Tough on the pink
In
silk,
fact, he's
saving ground
loaded
as
on
they
the
turn
11.
for home. And they're followed in the back of the pack. Ragtime Riches on the far outside is Be Determined. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Second wire run. Bossman JJ kicks away by 2 in a gang of 4. The outside by the Seashore. By the Seashore, charging hard out in the center of the track. By the Seashore is coming on the outside. Bossman JJ's trying to hang on, Be Determined. Closing to the far outside. 3 across the track as they're close to the second wire finish. Make it 4. Kobe Tuft out of the inside by the Seashore. By the Seashore in a blanket finish would Be Determined on the outside.
I don't know where the wire was, so I don't know.
Did the 5 get that?
I think the 11 held on, but I don't know. Like,
I was
don't
busy
know where the
watching
wire
the
was.
7 on the inside.
Judges are called for a
I was
photo.
watching the 7 and
Coming
the
in
11, and then that
2.81
5 came
on the
late.
Dahlia
But
course, 5.5 second wire finish.
I mean, they're showing, it seems
I
like
didn't
they're
even-
showing the 11.
yeah, Jay and Van said the 11. I felt like the 11. I think that from where I could see the wire, I think the 11 got that bot. That 5 horse ran big. I did not have that 5. Jockey did a good job getting that 11 up. Right there, the 11.
Yeah,
Oh,
11.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's all 11 right there. 11.5.
12%.
I mean, it was just a wide open race. When your top win percentage,
Yeah.
the 2 is only 28%, and then you can see it just keeps on stopping. And you know why I got, and I wish I'd have handicapped it a little bit more, because the more I looked at that 2, I don't like 2 back. How against a 46 group, it's on the lead and it loses. I don't like that. Right?
Yeah,
and now
no.
it's facing a 54 group.
Notice sign still up. Hold all tickets.
Catherine
Well,
says
we
the
we
5.
know the 11 won.
I don't think the 5 won. I think it was the 11. Yeah.
Yeah.
11
11.5.
first by the Seashore. Second, number 5, Be
Thanks a lot.
Determined.
Catherine's just there to just
Third, 2, Bossman
stress me out.
JJ. Or 7, Kobe Tuff. 10, Ragtime Riches 5th.
All right. So coming up next, we have Belmont Race 6. I think your pick 5 is still alive here, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I believe it is. Let's see. What did we do? Started in
Oh,
race
that one's
number
mine. Let's see if I can
4.
get yours up.
Yep, I am still alive. We did a 90. What was my ticket?
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it back up here. I have way too many screens going on here.
I know, right?
All right. So let's go there.
That was close.
We're like 90. Yeah, that was your ticket.
$96 ticket. So we have the 1, then the 4-1, the next leg. And in here we have the 2, 3, 5. No, not the 3. 2, 5, 6, 7.
Yes.
2, 5, 6, 7.
And the 6 is really interesting here, having won 7 of 16 at the distance. If you're not going to get the 2 here, the favorite.
Let's see here. So let's break this down. So when I look at the 6 horse, here's what I see. I see this is a 70 group today. The horse broke from the 4 hole last time out, or 2 races back at 33% and barely won. Then it moves up to a 70 group like today. It was 18%. Same GSR, had every position to run good and get third by 5 3/4. The more I look at this thing now, now it draws outside. It can rate. So the post position was extremely fortunate for this horse.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 9-2 EquinEdge morning line. So if it does win, it's not going to be by much. But I think this horse likes to be on the lead better, but it's got no shot of being on the lead because the 2's on the lead. Now, if you start talking like this about a horse that you like, then usually now you need to look at the pace horse in the race, and that's the 2 horse, right? Rockney.
Right.
And this horse, but not only is this horse good, like what I like about it is it can rate some as well.
Yep.
And you know what I didn't like about it, Oldy? 2 races back, it dueled from the 5 hole at 40% and had to settle for second by 5 1/4 lengths against a 64 group. Then it goes up to a 68 group here at Belmont at 15% and wins by 5 lengths against 8 other horses. That throws me off. I don't know who we're going to see.
Well, maybe they learned from that duel and they just didn't duel the next time out.
Yeah, but it does draw the 2 hole, and there's 10 horses in the race.
Yep. I mean, it's going to have to go. It's going to, I mean, if not on the lead, it's going to have to be close to the lead.
Well, here's the other thing, though. The more I look at this, right, the more we talk about this. Well, no, look, it dueled at the first call in the race on 421. It's not dueling here. I don't know. Does this? It looks like this horse starts stopping when it gets the lead,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this is a 70 group, so this is the toughest group that this horse has faced. But it does have back class. If you look back there, it won a couple of races 7 and 8 back against a 70 group. So maybe the horse is having some physical issues that they figured out. I don't know. Maybe, huh?
Yeah, no, and I'm looking at an old note here. Gate to wire went faster than needed early, hung on late, but it was by far the best. That was in a state bred non-graded stakes race. It was a 68 SOR
Right.
on the lead and had an easy lead there. It really looks like it was just that one race when it was on the lead that it stopped. Other than that, it looks like it's been pretty good on the lead. And the real question here probably for me is, does it get pressed? Is the 6 or the 4, or even the 8 or the 9, who I think both, need to be forwardly placed as well. I think that the 8's going to have to break sharp from that wide of a post to be as close as that horse needs to be, because you see what happened when it broke 6th and was further back.
Yeah.
So,
by the way,
the two.
I was just going to say, well, hello to you, Anthony, by the way. And Catherine says, Oldy, why is Johnny V on the 4 horse High Oak? I think it's a fair question for Belmont, because this horse's form looks absolutely, horrible. And now, obviously 7 and 8 back. I mean, this horse won by 4 1/4 lengths in a grade 2 race, but that was a 2-year-old. Here's what I think. This horse is dropping now. It's already been in this same condition a couple of times and got his butt kicked. This horse was a decent 2-year-old, and that it only ran one time as a 3-year-old with issues, and it's continued on. I just don't think it's a good older horse, and they're holding out hope that maybe they could get maybe another great black type victory or win as a 4-year-old, and so I think they're reaching here. I don't think the 4 has any chance. You?
Yeah, I didn't like the 4 either here. And you pretty much explained my thoughts as well. That this horse ran really well as a 2-year-old. Didn't seem to mature. Maybe something also that was out for a year, so there could have been a tendon injury or some other significant injury that happened in the Fountain of Youth. And the horse fell. It wasn't just he disappeared. He didn't finish because he fell there, and hasn't been the same since. And maybe it freaked the horse out and the horse is never going to run like that again, or maybe this was a significant injury and this horse just isn't the same. I mean, it's not like it's been losing by 2 or 3 lengths either.
Right.
I don't really understand the placement into, after it lost by 36 lengths, the placement on the turf in a non-graded stakes race there by Mott either.
Yeah.
And it did run better on the turf than it has been on the dirt, but I just don't see this horse.
By the way, in this race here at Belmont, the more I'm looking at this, the more I realize that the 2 horse should be very difficult to beat. 4 wins, 1 second place finish in 5 tries. So been first or second in 5 tries, has a top GSR, a 99 pace. There's nobody even close. Maybe the 6 horse hits a nice trip. If the 6 doesn't try to duel with the 2 and lets the 2 go, then the 6 could be second at 10-1. If not, well, the way I would play this is at 3-2, I'd be betting the 2 to win. And then I would do an exacta 2-6. And then I would do a trifecta 2 with 5-7 with 6 for third. So banking that the 2 wins and then banking that the 6 horse gets second or third, and you could win some decent money. Don't forget also that horse is 9-2. The 6 horse is the EquinEdge morning line and EquinEdge's second pick. And it should get a really good trip from there. And it has 7 wins in 16 races going 6 furlongs in the dirt. So nothing wrong with the 6 horse as well.
Well, and I would say don't forget about the long shot in second and third.
Right. Exactly.
So the 3 who's a bomber in second or third would be something I would consider in my trifecta. So if I play the 2 on top, you need to find a couple good prices for this to pay below. So the 3 is a good option. I think the 7's a good option there, and maybe even including the 4 to get up there, even though none of us like that horse. We are getting pretty close to the gate here. We're also having Gulfstream potentially go off on top of us here. So I'm going to get that ready as well. So we'll go audio with Belmont and we'll go video with Gulfstream, and that way you hopefully will be able to catch a little of both.
Sounds good.
And hopefully it won't be too confusing for people. And Belmont definitely will go off first, but it's going to be pretty close. I'm right, by the way. Remember I said that at the Gulfstream track looked more like good than sloppy.
Yeah.
They've now upgraded it to good.
Yeah. So 2, 5, 6, and 7. The 2 horse is 3-2 right now. It's just has such a big pace advantage, and if it runs to the race last time out, then it's going to go and be very tough and pull away. And we'll see. We'll see if it gets an easy lead. Who's on this horse? Lascano, who rode this horse last time out. So
I remember this too. It runs like almost with its nose all the way to the ground. I think the E long shot got up for second.
that 3 horse, right? The one you said?
Yep.
Yep. Yep. That was at 27-1 as well. Great call on that. I hope somebody had that because that was an excellent call.
Well, if the 8 finished third, then I had the trifecta there.
I think the 8 might have. That
I
was
wasn't
really
sure.
close. That was really close.
Second ID
Yeah, I know.
in the green colors of Gentry Farms. Then High Stakes and Baltic Prince. Baltic Prince. Aldonado to the outside gate. They're at the post. And they're off. From between horses, Second ID wins the break, taken on early by Mighty Miracle, who speeds through at the rail, and Mighty Miracle to land the early lead. Second ID challenged inside by Delta Talkai, who comes through at the inside. Away in fourth and high stakes.
I love that.
Walt Whitman, a gap of 3 more to Maptitude.
Delta Talkai, that's
Prince.
the fraternity house from Animal House.
Mighty Miracle has the lead. Second ID latched onto him second. Out 3 wide, high stakes is on the go now third. Locked in down toward the inside is Delta Talkai. He's racing in fourth. Up to the outside, Maptitude is there fifth. Shuffled back to sixth as Walt Whitman. Forget about Baltic Prince. 22-1 for the opening quarter at the 3 furlong point. Second ID has ran up to take the lead. Mighty Miracle is there second. Off cover now. Delta Talkai starting to move up into third now. Outside fourth and Maptitude. That's all for high stakes. Less than a quarter of a mile to come, and Second ID has this to throw away. He's off the turn with a 3-length head start over Delta Talkai, who comes after him second. Back to third. It's Mighty Miracle. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Edgar Zayas and the son of McLean's Music, Second ID, and bid this field a pleasant Friday good afternoon. It's Second ID, stylish in victory. He'll win with something in the tank by 6 in the end. Delta Talkai was second, third Maptitude, closer fourth, either Mighty Miracle or Walt Whitman in 1:16-3.
Very impressive winner there. Second ID, Safi Joseph, Edgar Zayas. I think they have a couple more mounts coming up in the a little bit later here on the card.
Yeah.
Woodbine, race number 6 coming up. We've got Riadoso Downs. They've got
Woodbine we can show. We also have we have San Nita coming up. The early pick 5 at San Nita if we want to do a little San Nita handicapping.
We've got San Nita in 12 minutes. We've got Laurel in 7. Why don't we check out Woodbine? Because there's a horse here who's seriously interesting. Huge pace number.
13 hole.
And not only a huge pace number, but 39%, 8-5 EquinEdge morning line. Arguably a little bit dead on the board, but a lot of times that's because all the money's going on the 4. So what I'll do in this situation, Oldy, is I'll look at the 4 and go, do I like this horse or do I think it's vulnerable? So what do you think of this horse? It's going on the turf. It's got 1 turf try. Okay. And it got a second place finish. All this money's money, all the money earned by this horse has been earned on the synthetic. Its GSR drops to a 65, which is, okay in comparison to the field, but lower than what this horse has been experiencing. What do you think of this 4 horse?
So it's actually dropping to a 56 here. It's a significant drop. Did run 5 furlongs on the turf and 7 furlongs on the turf that you can kind of look back at too. I think this horse needs the lead, but I think it could be really dangerous on the lead. Especially since there doesn't seem to be much here in terms of horses that could press it. I do like the 1 a little bit here. Moving to the turf is a little tactical and could sit the trap right behind the 3 if the 3 stops.
Yeah, if the 3 stops. I mean, that's a pretty big pace advantage for this horse. And what about this 4 races? 4-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. And by the way, couldn't agree with Deb Martin more. It's so much fun when we all get together, right? The only one missing we're missing Chris. We're missing
and Justin.
Justin, yes. I'm getting old. I'm telling you, getting old. What's up, Wiz?
But no, and I was thinking about this yesterday. We just have a great media team, just in general.
We do.
Brian's terrific. Brad's terrific.
Yes.
And Justin,
Anna's
Chris,
doing
and
an amazing
yourself.
job. Anna does an amazing job as well. Like she's completely committed. Just the EquinEdge community is incredible. Sorry, Justin. I love you. Justin's actually Justin stayed with me at my home a couple of times. I love Justin and Stephanie. But they're going into the gate here. I think at 5-2, the 3 horse is worth a bet. I don't know. Maybe the 4 is this good. I think this horse is going to be further back than people realize, and I think the 3 could be tough to catch on the lead.
Yeah, no, I think the 3 is going to be tough to catch, and I just don't think the 4 is all that either.
And you're getting, I didn't get my bet in, but you're getting 3-1 on that horse. Let's turn up the volume on that, would you, Oldy?
Yeah, of course.
Spot as they now are in about 5 lengths first to last. Point of the Stars, third last from Wynyard Bay. At the back is Guns and Rojas. Uncle Joe, the leader by about 3/4, 4 aces high. A length away, Sooner Luna from Huntmaster. On the outside, Point of the Stars, Wynyard Bay second last, and at the back, Guns and Rojas. Racing to the half mile in front, Uncle
They're
Joe.
crawling.
Up
You're
by a
not
length
going,
in
which is
second
great.
placing is still
I mean,
4
they're
aces
giving
high.
the
Sooner
horse-
Luna on the inside. A length behind them, Huntmaster
Very
still off
slow.
the pace and coming
Very
around them,
slow.
Point of the Stars. Wynyard Bay second last, and at the back remains Guns and Rojas. Uncle Joe in front as they come down towards the turn into the
It
stretch.
could be very
Second
tough to catch
placing,
this
still
horse around
4
this
aces
turn.
high. Sooner Luna up the inside's got a
Because
chance.
he hasn't even asked him
Wider
yet.
Huntmaster's in the clear.
Now he's going to
Down
ask
the
him right
outside is
now.
Point of the Stars. Uncle Joe in front, challenged by 4
Well,
aces
if the
high.
one had
Huntmaster's
horse, he
there
couldn't
on the
get out,
inside. Sooner
so-
Luna, and then Point of the Stars. In front, 4 aces high, and Uncle Joe stride to stride. They go on and kick clear, and 4 aces high is
Remember
opened
we were
up on
talking
Uncle
about the
Joe.
6
Huntmaster
horse?
back in
Yep.
third, but
Yeah, I
it is.
kinda
There's
like
Juan
that
Flores,
horse.
and 4 aces high, steaming away to win it
Getting a
well.
really nice
4
trip
aces
back,
high
but
by a couple of lengths,
you
make it
can't-
2.5 to Uncle
I
Joe.
knew that
On
was
the
getting
inside,
overbet.
Sooner Luna from Huntmaster and Point of the
Well, and when you have that slow of a pace, it's so hard for horses coming from the back to be a factor, especially in a sprint like this.
But the thing is look at the pace number sets everything up, Oldie, right? When you
Yeah.
sort the pace number, you see that 6 horse, and you can see that horse is going to be sitting right behind the 3. And with that post position, that's why everything is set up by that. All right, let's get out to Laurel Park, race number 8, and then we'll go to Santa Anita because I'm alive in my. Can we show my pick 4 at Laurel?
Yeah, we're both alive.
You're alive as well. Okay.
Yeah, so that one's mine. And let's see if we can get yours up here real fast. If I can find the Laurel. You were 54, I think, is
I
where
had
you
2,
ended up.
7. We got the 11 horse to
Yeah,
win.
there you go.
Okay, and we have the 2 and 5. Okay, I have the 2 and 5.
And I just have the 5, so we want to go to Laurel. Here we go.
Anthony had that 6-3. Okay, the 5 is 3-5. We're not surprised by that.
Right.
I know that you're not, and I understand. But the 2 horse, I would love if it makes first of all, everyone's single the 5. I'm going to say 90% of tickets single in this 5. So if the 2 was to win, it plays a lot bigger in your horizontals than you realize.
Yeah, and the 2 will definitely play up if it wins. And like I said, that horse is a Justin single.
Yeah, and
He
I
loves
still
those.
respect
He loves
do.
those long shot singles.
He does.
That I just and it's not that I don't have the guts to do it. It's like with this horse, I don't see it. So
No, but you want to know something though, Oldie? Like, how many times have we seen it doesn't seem like I ever look at an EquinEdge long shot and say it's the horse to beat. I just can't get on the same page with the EquinEdge long shot. So, I mean, I couldn't tell you. We don't know how this. I think on paper the horse just looks like one of the contenders. It's 5-1, and the 5 is going to be first or second. So I think the play here is to do an exacta box 2-5, probably, right? I mean, we didn't talk about the EquinEdge second pick, which is the 8. You had mentioned this horse having some class or a little bit earlier. It didn't run good last time out, but that was against a little bit tougher group than this. What do you? I love the connections, obviously. What do you think of Yodel Who?
Yodel Hey Who.
Yodel
I think this is a really interesting horse. I just don't think there's the pace for. I like the 8 and the 3, and maybe those horses could run second or third, but I don't think there's the pace for those horses to run into here, unless the 5 just goes nuts, and the 2 go nuts chasing the 6.
It's a big pace advantage for this 6. Can we make a case for this horse? I don't. This is what I don't like about it. I don't like the horse at all because I don't like the drop of 10 points in the GSR. I don't think the horse wants 8 furlongs.
No, I agree. Maybe it hangs on for a piece, though.
Well, I don't think so. But here's what
I don't either. But
here's what might happen though, is because of how fast this horse. No, so what's going to happen is let's picture the 6 gets a 5-length lead early. Okay, let's just say he does. Then the 5 is the one that's going to be sitting in a really good spot with the 2 horse. But the 8 should get a good trip. But hopefully what will happen is the 5 and the 2 won't try to get too close to the 6. That's what I'm hoping for, right?
So I'm going to play a try where I play the 3 on top. And I'm going to go 3, not the 3, I'm sorry, the 2 on top. 2, and then I went 3, 5, 6, 8, and then all in the last leg or last section. Because if I catch the 2 on top, and let's say I beat the 5 for second, this thing could pay pretty well.
Exactly.
It looks like that they have now all the bad air. I can see all that smoke blowing through there.
Yeah, I see that. They've got a windstorm going on right now. It's not a good place to be. It's not a good place to be when you're coming from behind either. Like that dirt in your face.
All right, we're going to go on with the sound. I was trying to keep it off until the last minute so that we didn't have to talk over it.
So we're going to get to Santa Anita. As soon as this race goes, we're going to get to Santa. I'm going to start looking at Santa Anita a little bit closer right now.
I'm doing that right now too.
Okay.
And they're off. Fans, scholars, a quick break from back in the woods. On the
I just hate that jockey on the 2 doing that. Like, come on, chill out.
Down the chute now. Yodely, who's
like, you have to know your competition.
Doros at the tail of the field.
I love the jockey on the 5 right now is sitting where you should be sitting.
The way. Back in the woods in front,
what the jockey's doing on the 2 right now is he's saying, I think the 6 has a chance of winning, so I can't let him get too far in front. That's ridiculous.
Spot is 4 or 5 lengths off of speed back in the woods. Another 6 lengths back, and it's America Doro. And
how many lengths is this 5 going to win
trails
by?
The field heading into the far turn run.
I don't know.
And so the leader at 4.5.
I'm going to give plus or minus 5 lengths.
7's loaded right now.
Yeah, 7 is loaded, but 5's going to win. And the jockey on the 2 has been jumping on him the entire time.
Into the far turn run.
Look at the 5 just eating up ground.
Moving all the way up to 3rd and winning 2 lengths of back in the woods. So back in the woods, Don't Mesa with me. And Zabracadabra on the far outside, 3/8 from home. Van Scholars drops back under the drive there in 4th. Yodely Hey-Hoo, 7 or 8 to make up. And trailing the field is American Doro. Top of the stretch with a 1/4 mile left to go.
Look at he's standing on the 5. Did you look at that?
And Don't Mesa with me head to head for the lead.
Standing on the 5.
Woods is 3rd. American Doro down to the inside. And Yodely Hey-Hoo and Van Scholars far outside. Zabracadabra beginning to stroll now. It's Zabracadabra and Carlos Lopez have opened up 4-5. Name the margin with a 16 to go. Zabracadabra, the favorite, scores solid by 6 at the finish. It'll be closer for 2nd. Don't Mesa with me. Whole 2nd from Yodely Hey-Hoo.
All right, we got to get to Santa Anita. Let's do that. And I think it looks very difficult to try to beat a horse like the 5 at Santa Anita. Still alive in the pick 4 over at Laurel.
1 minute, 30.
I mean, my only issue, I find it hard to single an 0 for 9 horse.
Let's see here. I did put that the race was wide open. So that's a sign, but
yeah.
So I think I'm gonna spread. I'm singling the 4 horse at Santa Anita race number 2, the first time starter.
Okay, I could see that. I was
47% to win. Gonna single that horse. And I really, really, really like the 1 horse in race number 3. And the 3 horse has a big pace advantage, and it was just off a claim for Steve Knapp. So I'm using the 1 and 3 in leg number 3.
Okay, hold on. I'm putting mine together at the same time you're doing yours. So
Okay.
hold on. So you're using the. For me, it would be something like that.
Okay.
So let's do yours.
Okay, let's do mine.
You
Do we have
said
time?
1-3.
Do we have time? Where
We
are they
do
at?
not. They're in the gate already.
Yeah.
And I am going to get it switched over here quickly.
We're in the gate,
But
and they're off. Warrior
I don't
Road
think
is
we
quick
did a
from the
late pick 5
outside.
at Belmont.
O'Banion coming through.
we
with the
didn't. We
white
should do
blinkers
that
at trail
next.
to vie for the
As
Yeah.
soon
lead.
as this race
Belmont Bill
is
is
complete.
racing in between horses, and Knack Knack Bolt is up close too. So it will be Belmont Bill to set the pace. Opening up a length and a half on Knack Knack Bolt in second. O'Banion on the rail in third. Single Track Mind is settled nicely fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then Storm the Night inside Warrior Road, who broke on top and now has 6 to make up. And it's 3 more to Stonks. Into the far turn, and Belmont Bill is the one to catch. Has it by almost 3 to Knack Knack Bolt. At the rail, O'Banion asks for a bit more. Single Track Mind now underway fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Storm the Night, who is followed 2 lengths further back by Warrior Road and Stonks. They have a quarter to go.
Our top
Belmont
pace
Bill,
number, but
Single
I didn't
Track
like this
Mind
horse to
looms
hold
up from
on
the
because
outside.
it had a low
Try and run
SOR.
him down, and here's Single Track Mind.
And
Traveling comfortably.
this is the top
and
EquinEdge
hung on
pick
by
who
with
had
an eighth to
trouble
go.
in
3 lengths back,
is
Storm the Night.
45% to
Stonks on the
win.
scene late.
Had trouble in
Single
the
Track
last
Mind is
race.
the leader. Storm the Night on the outside of Belmont Bill.
I don't know. He might get
Single
caught at the
Track
wire
Mind
again.
just in front.
Gonna barely
and
hang
Single
on.
Track
Not barely
Mind
hang
takes
on.
care of business. 3-way photo.
Very
Belmont
close
Bill,
for second.
Stonks, and Storm the Night for the
I don't
rest.
know who it was.
Behind them
4
between Knack
4 and
Knack
3,
Bolt
I
and
think.
O'Banion.
But the favorite wins. 45% to win, barely hangs on. I mean, that horse does not like to win. That's
No.
first win for this 3-year-old colt. And that's the 10th start lifetime. All right, let's go do a pick 5. What do you think, Oldy, over at Belmont?
All right, let's go for that. Mine's already up, so let's get yours in the system here.
Okay.
What budget did you want to play with?
I'm going to do a $120 budget.
All right, 120.
Okay. And I really wanted to like the 2-horse Con Man, but it keeps on drawing inside posts, and it's tactical. And but there's so many horses in this race. I was really hoping to see, that horse had a good post, but I just think it's going to be very, very tough. We could see a price in here. I don't think that. I don't know. What did you use in this race? Because to me, it feels like this race is wide open.
I was all over the place, as you can see here. I was 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11.
Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to spread in this first leg. Although the 2 I like the best. I don't like the post, but maybe it's 7/8, so 7 furlongs here. Maybe this horse can get there. But I'm going to use everybody but the 1, 6, and 10.
All right, so everybody but the 1, 6, and 10, if it lets me do it. Hold on, let me unlock everything. So
Okay.
that should make this stop doing that. So all but the 1, 6, and 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'm going to use 2 and 6 in leg 2.
I can't believe I did that. There we go. 2 and 6. Okay.
Yep. With 5, 6, 8.
5, 6, 8.
I'm singling the British horse, the 2, Siskany in the 4th leg, race number 10 in the Belmont Gold Cup Stakes.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm covering 4 horses in it's a $108 ticket in race number 11 in that Intercontinental Stakes. It's a grade 3, and that is the 1, 5, 6, 7.
You are 1, 5, 6, 7. So that should be your ticket.
2, 5, 6, 8. Yes, sir. That's the one. So while you talk, I'm typing in.
Well, I'm typing in as well.
Okay.
But I can talk while I type if it decides to let me log in.
I can multitask as well. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, you get yours in. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Got plenty of time. So, I agree with you. This first leg looked wide open. I thought we could get a price here. There's some horses I like that I thought, like the 9, who I mentioned earlier, the 5, who's now the favorite. And maybe we're going to get some value on the 11, the top pick, who's dead on the board right now at 6-1.
By the way, so I'm leaving out Warlike Goddess. I was surprised in I don't know if you saw race number 8. Warlike Goddess is only 13% to win. That's the win percentage algorithm. The EquinEdge morning line has the horse at 3-1. It's not a top 2 EquinEdge picks. And it's got 10 wins and 14 tries going or lifetime, but it's never been 10 furlongs on the turf. So there's something happening here where the system is not liking this horse at all. It's interesting because on paper you wouldn't be able to see that, but maybe, I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
Yeah, and what I'm probably going to do to cover that, because I am singling Warlike Goddess, just because I don't feel like this is a very good group. I understand the fact that the 4, who's the long shot, could win on the front end. But I just don't think this is very much of this group. Chance of Sarah, I've seen in person, win at Arlington, really, to me, is a horse that wants wet turf. 2 out of its last 3 victories came on wet turf, and is more of a grade 3 type in my book.
By the way, my single, the 2 horse, in the Belmont Gold Cup Stakes, Gareth is talking about Siskany, and I agree. And I looked at that's the one race last night, Oldy, I handicapped really hard, and because I feel like a lot of foreign horses get overbet. And when I looked at this, like you got Channel Maker, who's a 9-year-old, and that's the EquinEdge second pick. Siskany's 46% to win. This is not a high class. Even Siskany, compared to this group, Siskany's good, but this isn't a grade 1 field. And to be honest, look at I've not seen too many. Look at the SOR in this race. It's a 68. When have you seen a grade 2, a 68 on the SOR? So this race did not come up tough.
So I use the 2, but very defensively. I think there's way too much pace in this race for 16 furlongs for a horse like the 2 to win.
The 2 has pace. The 2's tactical. It says 73 on our pace number, but I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how.
Look at these pace numbers, though, and I was talking about clustered pace numbers before. I just think, first of all, Channel Maker is going to go fast because Channel Maker has no other way to go. I don't really think Channel Maker wants 16 furlongs. I don't know why you're torturing a 9-year-old horse by putting it first time 16 furlongs either. But nobody will criticize Mott for that. The horse that I think really has a look that I think is getting overlooked is the Joseph O'Brien horse, the 11, who I know can get the distance, being that it's won a hurdle race at this distance. You know, was a very highly considered flat horse in the past, and comes in here, gets Jose Ortiz. So they didn't bring in eh, what's his name, Ryan Moore to
Ryan
ride
Moore.
here. But I feel like getting the firm turf, and the O'Briens do really well with this kind of stuff, that this horse is extremely dangerous.
Well,
Here.
one, I don't think. Well, okay. Well, I'm not surprisingly, I'm going to completely disagree with you.
Right. And
First of all, like Joseph O'Brien's 9%. Secondly, this horse lost by 7.5 lengths to a 56 SOR group last time out. Today's a 68 group, and this horse has been racing on soft and yielding surface, and the Belmont surface is anything but that. So I don't see it.
well, I will say that his father has done really well with the moves to the U.S. to firm turf, but Joseph O'Brien, that's a U.S. number, 9% over the last year, and that's because he kept some maidens at Saratoga last summer. So I don't put that much into that in terms of him only being 9%. It was a very small sample size, and you're right about 56, but this was a hurdle race. That he was racing against 56. Granted, he did not run well in these grade ones, but these were really, really good grade ones that this horse was running in. And
You can't,
in
honestly,
this
I'm going to give you a hard time. You can no way compare Siskany to high definition to Siskany. No chance. You just can't.
well,
There's
but
no. First of all,
you
look,
have
they
to
both
take the
ran
pace into
18
account.
times. They both run 18 times. High definitions won 309,000, and Siskany's won 835,000 with 7 wins. There's just no comparison. I got a buck says this horse doesn't. I got a buck says this horse doesn't get even 5th or 6th.
Okay.
Okay.
And the other two horses that I think are interesting is the E Longshot, the Gray Wizard, just because of the pace scenario here.
Yeah.
I think this horse
I agree with you on that one. I think the EquinEdge Longshot 13 is a major player in the race. I think if anything, if anybody's going to beat the 2, it will be the 13, the Gray Wizard. I think so. Channel Maker always runs, but if you really look at the last races, I mean, 7th place finish, 4th place, 6th place. It is, it's going to probably have an easy lead, most likely with Saez, and maybe that makes this horse dangerous. But Bill Mott's still running. I mean, he's a gelding. Why not? Why not? But I mean, this horse, he still tries, but I mean, he's 9 years old.
Well, and the other horse that I use this horse. I'm just going to bring this horse up. Remember when we were at Derby Day, when we were watching the last couple races at Oak Lawn and Turf Paradise, the super long races, the horse that won pretty much on the front end at Turf Paradise going 15 furlongs is here.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty big long shot, but at least we know that horse can get the distance. They're going in the gate right now. I'm going to put the sound on.
Okay, we got Gulfstream Park coming up in 2 minutes. Hopefully, that'll be more like 4 or 5. So we should be able to get to Gulfstream Park race number 7 as well, and then Laurel Park race number 9. Are we both still alive in our? We're both still alive in the Big 5, right? Okay, cool.
Correct. And I guess we should look at the pay. I'm sure it's not going to pay all that much because it's been very
chalky. So I am hoping for the longest shot in the board, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody but the 1, 6, and 10. I just think this race looks absolutely wide open. We'll see what happens. Watch the 2 horse. Let's see what type of trip the 2 gets from the inside. The 2 is the best horse in the race. $1.2 million. Thank you for that, Dan. Wow. Three's loaded if he can get through. He needs to ask. Go, 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 go. Come on, 3. There you go. Get out. Now go. Come on, 3. Get going. Get some stride.
That 4 is going to steal this race. Maybe not.
But I knew that horse was the best. God, I didn't want that favorite to win. I wanted to single that horse. I hated the damn post. And wow. That's hard when you spread like I did and you love a horse so much, you know?
Yeah. Well, and the win percentage is set to spread there because the top win percentage was 19.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let me pull
Yeah. Nice.
Gulfstream up.
Really, really, really nice ride by Dylan Davis, too. Really nice ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let me pull Gulfstream up here. Here we go.
So we have a big pace advantage here with the 7 horse, maybe Lucky and Wild, who has 1 win and 1 second in 2 tries, going 7 furlongs on the dirt. What are your thoughts on this 4-year-old filly?
At Gulfstream,
Yeah. So she gets off.
Oh,
the rail.
I had her eliminated. Sorry about that. So
You
that
eliminated her. I'm surprised. What was your thought
that tells
process?
me my thoughts on that. You know, though it just looks like this horse stops. I mean, 52s.
But it's been
Got the lead, stop, got the lead.
I'm going to disagree with you again on this one, and I'll tell you why. Okay. 1, it goes up in win percentage to 17%. 2, the last 3 races, it's had the rail, and the time before that, I don't know what happened. But now it draws a. I don't know what happened there, but it does have a good post here. It's got top speed. The 1 horse has burned a fair amount of money as well, right? And the one's the top EquinEdge pick at 9 to 5. Like I will say this. What I do like about the 7 is that it's had these posts and it's been dueling, but it didn't like spit the bit out. It's not like it stopped. I don't know what happened, in that it was only 2% to win 3 back. So I'm not hating this horse for that. And then 4 back, I don't know what happened there. I think, what I think happened? This horse really probably needs the lead for its best. And it really wasn't close to the pace on 3-3. So I'm gonna forgive that race that this horse couldn't get the lead. Now it's got a good post.
Here's domineering with maybe
and
Lucky
it's gonna get the lead. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 2-7 exacta box.
Okay. I like the 6 here. I'm sorry, not the 6. I like the 5 here.
The 5? Okay.
The long shot. The 5 and the 2.
Now drills Valentine to take the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. Good start at the rail for Rain. Out the center, maybe Lucky and Wild, and tee up offensive-minded. Drills Valentine's the gray, and no decaf works between horses. Dignified away ahead of only 2. They are She's a Happy Girl and Domineering. Down the backstretch they go. Tee up has an early tussle with maybe Lucky and Wild. At the rail, it's Rain who makes it a party. They're now 3 in line. 4 wide. She's a Happy Girl. She's actually way out the center here. Just behind her, no decaf. Racing together with Dignified. Out the center, well, second last. That's Drills Valentine. The trailer Domineering. The quarter time was 23 seconds even. Into the far turn they go. It's Rain in front. 3/4 of a length better than Maybe Lucky and Wild second. She's a Happy Girl third. No decaf keeping up while fourth, only 3 lengths behind. That's all for Tee Up. Passing inside and drills Valentine. Dignified needs to giddy up from there. And still last is Domineering. 45 and 4 for the opening half mile, 5/16 to go. Rain has the lead under Jaramillo and tries to sneak away. Maybe Lucky and Wild is second. She's a Happy Girl giving up ground while third. On the outside, Dignified is underway. At the fence and closing good ground is Drills Valentine. Off the turn in the stretch drive. Rain trying to go one more furlong. She's 2 on top. From second, Maybe Lucky and Wild. At the rail, it's Drills Valentine. Down the center, She's a Happy Girl. Dignified is on late, but time ticking away. Rain driven out. It's Rain and Jaramillo to win it by almost 2 in the end. Maybe Lucky and Wild second. She's a Happy Girl third. Close fourth, either No Decaf or Drills Valentine. And Dignified, 125 and 1.
I'll chalk.
Yeah. So we got
So
Laurel.
I'm-
What do we need at Laurel?
From San Isidro, Argentina.
You are 1-5, I believe, and I'm 1-2-6-7.
It looks like I
No,
have
I'm sorry. You're 1-5-8.
1-5-6-8.
Okay.
I think I have. Was it 1-5-8?
I think it was 1-5-8.
Let's see.
And while
here.
they're heading towards the gate, I'm going to put you on mute
Okay.
and take a quick pit stop.
So it looks like. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember this race now. So I used 1-5-8, and then I played a little. I did another separate ticket. I added the 6 horse, the first time starter, just in case. But 1-5-8 originally, and I'm playing against the 7 horse because of how much money this horse is burned. And what I mean by that is when you see this in yellow, this means the horse is the favorite. Oh, you guys can't see my screen, but when you look at the odds on the past performances and you see a horse is the favorite and it keeps on losing. And it's one thing losing, it's another being the favorite. You're 6-5 and you lose by 6 lengths. You're 6-5, you lose by 3 lengths, right? In this case, the horse was 2-1, lost by 4 lengths, 2 back. I can't get down with that. Now, it's been off since October, but again, this is the EquinEdge morning line's 4-5 on this horse, but that's the job, right? Oh, for sure. My mom sent me a text the other day, and it was a bunch of wood blocks, and it was like thousands of wood blocks, and it said something like, "Can you help me put this together?" Let me see. Let's see what she sent me. It was so funny. Let's see. Yeah, it says. So my mom, Oldy, I was just telling the story, sent me this picture of a bunch of wood.
Will's Music.
It's a bunch of 2x4s, basically. I mean, thousands of them. And it says, just bought a log cabin
now Will's Music.
home from IKEA.
That's hilarious.
Act lively.
Right. So I played a bigger ticket, Oldie, and I added the 6. So
okay, you did add the 6.
I did add the 6, yeah.
4-5 going in.
All right, so I
and Irish Storming.
am 1-2-6-7 here.
Second finish line on the other long course.
So let's get the 6.
Well, I'm rooting. I'm assuming that some people played it, so are rooting for the 1, 5, or 8.
And they're off. Irish Stormy stumbled a bit there at the start. Bash the Flash in tall order. In Battle of Best on away third, taken back right off at early speed. Will's Music fourth. A length and a half more. Act Lively. Irish Stormy trailing the field. Heading for the far turn, and it's Tall Order. Tall Order moving right along. Opens up a quick 2.5 lengths on Battle of Best on to the outside of Bash the Flash. Is next. As
well, I don't know what happened to the 2.
Will's Music just off the rail in fourth. Act Lively
Clearly,
on
they
the
didn't have
inside
the
is
pace
5.5
number to know
length
they
now, and
needed to be
Irish
on the
Stormy
lead.
trails the
Right,
field. Midpoint
exactly.
on the turn. Tall Order with an easy lead out there, leads a length and a half. Battle of Bestone trying to heat up on the outside through second spot. The inside is Bash to Flash. Quarter of a mile left to go to the second wire run, and Tall Order slowed it down.
No.
Let's see what Tall Order has left. A 3-length lead, and Tall Order begins to kick away. The far outside Act Lively starting to run
Too
very,
easy of a
very
lead.
late at the seam.
Yeah,
About
way
6
too
feet
easy.
left to go. Tall Order
And
is giving
slow.
him
I mean,
way
they went
too
the
much
half
to do.
mile in
Tall
45
Order,
and 4.
Act Lively second, and a 3-way scramble up for third. Very
The
tight
6
there.
ended up
Maybe
getting
Will's
second.
Music surging up on the inside.
Well, that was slightly profitable for me. Not exactly what you look for in a ticket, but I played it small enough that it
What did it
ended
pay?
up still. Um, I believe 33.50, and it was a $30 bet for me.
Wow.
Yeah,
Let's get out to Santa Anita.
yeah, definitely. Hold on, Santa Anita.
I've got a couple of notes. I handicapped that race.
And I think we disagreed on the single here. Or no, you like the 4. We both like the 4 here at Santa Anita.
Yeah, the four is a single for me. Yeah, 45%. Top G. There's a lot going for it, right? Because it's got the top GSR. That algorithm wins 25% of the time. It's not even a win percentage algorithm. Then you have 45%, and but it's not in the EquinEdge picks. Interestingly, I did not like the 6-horse that much. It stumbled slightly, and it's 3-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. And we talked about that when you got an EquinEdge long shot, but in a small field like this, especially when the 7 was scratched, it's got to pick something for a long shot. So I didn't care for the 6-horse at all.
You did not like the 6-horse at all.
I didn't.
But it is the E long shot. So,
I know.
I hear you that it's got to pick something, but as I messed up the screen, possibly is poor. There we go. What I do think is interesting here, not only is it picking the E long shot, but the morning line is flashing there as this is a horse that you shouldn't ignore.
Right.
I've not taken that close a look here. The works look pretty good, but the horse didn't run it a lick first time out.
Yeah.
But I could see. Do I prefer Joe Bravo on the turf? Yes. The versus here on the dirt, but I could see the 6 here. I could see going 2, 3, 4, 6.
Marco is all in this race. Oh, is on all. Okay, so he has an all in this. I just feel like there's something up with the 4. Jeff Bondy. I got to know him. Remember when I did this? I was doing the simulcast feed for the summer over at Del Mar.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember watching that from the health club.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it was so much fun doing that with John Lees for the entire summer, and I was staying at the Del Mar Hilton across the road, and Jeff Bondy was there, and then with the Kyle Frey's agent, and we sat there and drank beer and ate food, and oh my God, it is if you've never been, hung out with a trainer that's been doing it for a long time, it's a lot of fun, and he told some great stories, and it was fun to listen to him. But he's a really good trainer, so I root for Jeff Bondy, and of course he's mostly based out of Northern California up there at Golden Gate Fields. But 45% here with a good trainer, there's a really high likelihood that this 4-horse is very live.
And note that what I just typed in there for you, I just looked at the work.
Oh, you did? What was that?
The 4 has a 4-star work. The note says it's Saul Good, who's the 4th. The 4 and Harry Houdini from the gate Good was handy from the outset, maintaining outside pressure on her mate, then edging away into the bend
Yeah.
while being very lightly handled is faster than Given. So, and
Yeah.
does say that it also outkicked Houdini in the stretch as well. So I agree. This horse looks very live. Um, so right now I'm at $12 for a pick 4 here. I could possibly see. So I don't really like the 2 here. What about the long shot, the 4? I mean, at some point you're going to have to beat a favorite. So I could see doing something like this for $18. And if you get the,
I really like the 1, just so you know, like a lot. And then okay. I don't think the 2's a cinch by any stretch, but I'm surprised if you're going to use those 3 horses that you're leaving the 2 out. Was there a reason why you didn't like Natural Power at all?
if I get the 4 and then I get the 2, what is this going to pay?
I will tell you this. I look at whatever your ticket cost, I will reimburse you if the 4-horse Barristan the Bold wins. That horse is not winning the race. Like if you were to use the 1 and 3, I think you got the race covered.
Well, I'm just saying, I see this horse. First of all, this horse has some runs down the hill. Did beat
Exaltation.
50.
Well, this isn't down the hill though. This isn't down
I
the
know.
hill. And the 1 horse faced Barristan Bold. They faced each other. Which race was that they faced each other on 4-9? Where was it? Exaltation. What was that race? I don't remember.
The 4 is going to be an even bigger favorite because the 2 just scratched at Santa Anita
In where? This race here?
in leg 1.
Oh, and that stinks too because that horse had a
Yep.
42 on the GSR. That's a disappointment. Yeah, no, 4 is going to go off at 3 to 5 before this is all said and done. The 6-horse stumbled a slight stumble. Stay quiet in this race, Oldy. But I mean, the horse never picked up its feet. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings on that thing. I will say this: the 5 is dead on the board, and the 5 checked up over at Keeneland. When I tell you, I don't like the GSR of 50, but in these state-bred races here at Santa Anita, seeing a 50 win is not that big of a deal. Just so you know. And this horse had checked up numerous times, and you're getting 7 to 1 on this horse right now. I think the 5 horse is just absolutely deserves way more of a look than 7 to 1 for sure.
I hear you. I mean, I think I prefer the 6 between the 6 and the 5.
Okay, how about this?
We're doing another dollar bet here.
Yes, that the 5 beats the 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Similar pace numbers.
Let's see here. There's 1 minute for the race. Okay, I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute break after this race.
Okay.
I'll be back before the Belmont race number 8.
What is the GSR on the? Yeah. So this would be my pick 4.
4 with 1, 3, 4 with 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's chalky, but you'll hit that.
Well, and if you beat a couple favorites, even though it ends up being chalky, like I'm not using the 2 in race 3, it could still pay decently.
Yeah. Who did you like at Santa Anita in my tournament, which is starting here shortly? It starts at Gulfstream Park race number 8. In race number 5, I was using the 3 who was scratched. Who did you like in race number 5?
Well, all right. So let's look at race number 5 here.
Okay.
So what I've been suggesting is taking the morning line and getting rid of the top 2 horses. Because if those horses win, you're not going to get anything anyways. So that leaves us with the 7, 1, 6, and hold on, I had eliminated. Okay, those are the 2 I eliminated. So there's really not much value to the 7 either. Here, the second choice.
Right. I mean,
At 3 to 1.
7's going to get a good trip.
Yeah.
Right. 7's not going to be in between horses. It's tactical. I mean, 7 should get a really, really good trip where it kind of dueled last time out and still hung on. And then the time before that, it rated against a 44 group. What I don't know is the 7. This is a 52 SOR group.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that was a 50 group last time out. You know, I don't know. I don't know that horse is classy enough when you have a horse like Vandilla. But Vandilla ran against a 60 group last time out. And now it's dropping from a 60 group to a 52. It needs to be near the pace. It will be. It's 9 to 5, though, on the morning line. I don't think that horse is worth playing. Like, this is a really rough race on paper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the 2 wants to go 2 turns. I think the 1 is a little compromised on the SOR side. I think the 6 is interesting. Even though it's dropping in GSR, this horse has run well against similar going this distance. You know, it's been in the money all 4 times. And I think you're going to catch a better than a 6 to 1 price on this horse.
Right.
And we missed as we were talking, we missed the, sorry, that was my bad.
The second race at San Anita. Yeah, let's go back to that.
And the 6 is going to win, by the way. So you do owe me $1.
Oh, the 6 won the race. Okay, I'm into you $1, Oldy, $1. Unbelievable.
In fact, I distracted myself and never got my ticket in either.
That is just absolutely. I'll tell you, if you would have seen that backtrack, you'd have hated this horse. It's mind-boggling. It just goes to show you that you almost can't even trust the first race.
Well, yeah, second time starter, and you look bobbled break, you know, and it had been working well since it came out of that race, and you know had a bullet June 2nd.
Yeah.
And the system again. Here's your E long shot that you didn't see.
Mind-boggling, I know. Okay, so race number 5 at San Anita. What's wrong with the 4 horse? Why does this horse win by 6.5 lengths against a 48 group and is only 13%? Like, it's just not getting respect, is it? Like, I don't know.
Right now, well, I mean, it's against 48s. You know, it has not been consistent. But, you know, I would tell you if this horse wins and you're playing, this is a $2 win place tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or is getting $4 on this if it wins, or you know 6, so like $12, between $10 and $12 total on this, worth it, or are you better off trying to play a long shot here?
Yeah.
Because if this one, let's say, goes off at 11, 12 to 1 and wins, or the 6, you know, one of those 2 goes off, because I don't think either of them are going to be anywhere near 6 to 1.
Yeah.
You know, then you're chasing the entire time.
I think I'm going to go with the 7 horse. I think that's the direction I'm going to go. Although, I don't know if the 5's any good or not. I mean, it's not good when you claim a horse for $22,500 and the horse is in for $12,500. That's not a good thing.
No, yeah, but you know, this is not a great group just in general. Yeah, I could see the 7. My concern is that, you know, the 1, 6, or 2 wins, and you're chasing the rest of the whole rest of the competition.
Right.
I mean, the 2 is the long shot. I don't see it, but stranger things have happened. We're heading to.
Yeah, let's go to Belmont.
Yep. And then you were going to take a break too. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind you of that so you don't
Thank you.
overdo it.
Oh, this is where I like the 2 and the 6, and I left out Warlike Goddess. I mean, definitely want to watch this race for sure.
I definitely do not like the 2. If I were to use a Chad Brown horse here, it would be the 4 on the front end.
Yeah.
And I think the 3 is extremely dangerous here. This is the horse, if you remember, that I brought up to Alfredo on Derby Day, or or the day before. Actually, it was this horse ran on Oaks Day, so it was that Thursday we were there, because this was an Argentinian horse. So I think the 3 is dangerous. So I would do something if I were covering my pick 5. I have no need to play. If Warlike Goddess wins, Warlike Goddess wins. I already have that covered. I would do something like that. And then I would single here. And I have a $42 ticket.
Okay, I'll be right back.
And you're telling me you like the
2 and 6 or 11 to 1 and 7 to 1. Incredible.
Mm-hmm. I can have the 1 there. Yeah. And so I'm going to get the sound up on Belmont for us. As they're nearing the gate. I hope everybody's having a good day here at the races. How's everybody? Everybody's Friday so far as we wait for Scotty to come back here. I would venture a bet that so I know he likes the 2. I would venture a similar bet to our last race that the 4 will finish ahead of the 2. And it looks like the bettors agree with me as well there. But I think Warlike Goddess wins this race. This just does not appear on paper unless the 3 wins to be that good of a group to me. The long shot could happen too. That just happens sometimes. I think in the Acorn, the second leg, race 9, that this is going to set up near perfectly for perfect mischief, or mischievous, I'm sorry, because there appears to be a lot of speed here. The 2 needs the lead and is going to be sent because there's other Chad Brown horses here, who, in terms of a Colton, a Seed, who both would benefit from that. And this horse, I can't explain why this horse is there other than that, to be the rabbit. Good Girl, Bad Habits needs the lead and is very fast. Money's Gold is extremely fast. And I don't think any of these horses necessarily want to go 2 turns either. And Darth Vader, great win in the Devona Dale, has been beaten the last 2 times out by Pretty Mischievous. So, that's kind of my Acorn analysis. I'm sure we'll go over that with Scotty too, because I'm sure he has different thoughts than I do there. But I'd be no more than 6-8 in the Acorn. And we're heading to the gate here. And they're loading. We talk about market segmentation all the time. It's interesting they're running this on the inner. Wow, that is a slow half. And that's the E long shot. I believe we got about 6-1 on that horse. And we're going in the gate at Gulfstream. I believe we are not alive there, but let's watch this race anyhow. And let's put the sound on here. I believe Scotty liked the 1 here. If I remember correctly, he was single to the 1.
Ladislav and the 8th. They're at the post. And they're off. Toward the inside, Value Proposition wins the break, but he's taken on for the early lead by Novigrad the Great. And Novigrad the Great and jockey Luca Panici front and center to take the lead. Value Proposition will have to sit second, and up on the outside, Vladislav is now third. Novo Sol is at the rail ahead of Ironworks, then One Night Standards and Surrogate. The early trailer is Journeyman. The early leader, Novigrad the Great, he has cleared all inside traffic, so he's on top now, 2.5. Maldonado takes Value Proposition off the flank of the leader, well 2.5 lengths behind. Working 4 ahead of Vladislav. The pace is strong here. Novo Sol in no hurry under Zayas, racing in 4th, but better than 9 lengths behind. He's a length in front of Ironworks, who's racing together with One Night Standards. Still out the back, Surrogate and the trailer Journeyman. Less than 5/8 to run. The leader is Novigrad the Great. Panici just looked over his shoulder. He sees he has a sizable advantage, but he's going quick to get it as Novigrad the Great the half and 46-1. Value Proposition is second, while 6 lengths down. Novo Sol up on the outside. He's now taking over third and going after the leader. Trying to follow him is Ironworks. At the rail, it's Journeyman. One Night Standards is between horses. Up on the inside and Journeyman, and out the back still the trailer is Surrogate. They try to reach Novigrad the Great. He's gone awfully fast, and his strides are shortening. Here comes the cavalry with Novo Sol, the first to attack. Third is Vladislav. Fourth and One Night Standards. Ironworks is grinding home, but not gaining any ground after 3/4 and 11-1. Novo Sol and triple seeking Edgard Zayas have made the lead, an 1/8 of a mile out. Vladislav runs at him on the outside second. One Night Standards tries to get into third, down the center and Surrogate, but at the wire it will be Novo Sol at 6-5. Novo Sol to win by 2.5. 3 for Zayas. Vladislav second. One Night Standards third. Surrogates up 4th and 142-4.
Yeah, that's always tough when you're single hits and you've already been knocked out. So I feel for Scotty there with that horse hitting there. Looks like Golden Gate's about to go up.
Field
So
the runners have made their way.
we haven't
towards
really
the gate
talked
for
about
race
Golden Gate, but I'll pull that up in the meantime. If I have time to say, I would, because Golden Gate tends to load pretty slow. This one, the second choice top pace looks really interesting to me at 5-1. I'm going to try to get something in on that before it's too late here. There is a 1-5 favorite, the 3, who's over 7 lifetime. And looks like a money burner and a hanger to me. And the 1 looks like it stops, but this is a significant SOR drop, so we'll see what happens here. Let's get the tones of Matt
back of the
Dinnerman
field.
up
Bolt
here.
Talker from the inside in the green blinkers has the most speed and opens up a length on the big favorite Performative, who's chasing on his tail in second. Wakes and Weddings third ahead of Updraft, and the Chief Has Tricks is the early trailer here. 5 lengths behind as they approach the 4-turn. Bolt Talker with the ultimate equipment change today. A first-time gelding rounds the 4-turn. A length in front, now 3/4 of a length. Performative in the 2-path, turning up the heat, approaching the quarter pole. 2 back to Wakes and Weddings under a ride. Updraft has lost position. He's done. The Chief Has Tricks plotting in place at the back. So those 2 well behind. Top of the stretch. Here's Performative challenging Bold Talker
Yeah,
on
it
the
looks
front
like
end.
the heavy favorite
Performative
here
on
is
the
not going to
outside
hang
goes
this
to
time.
the lead. Bold Talker can't keep up. He's left behind in second as Performative picks it up now and opens up the lead to 3. 4 lengths make it 5, and Performative's long gone from the rest. It's Performative who performs exactly like his odds indicate. He's 2-5 and wins it, running away. Wakes and Weddings was second. Bold Talker third across the line. Then the Chief Has Tricks and Updraft.
So there was a little quick Golden Gate. got 12 minutes till to San Nita here, so we have a few minutes. Does not look like there's anything really coming up, so this might be a good time to talk about Belmont tomorrow and maybe the late pick 5 there, as we're waiting for Scotty to come on board, or that we can talk about the Acorn when he gets back as well. All right, so the late pick 5. That's what I had for $112. I did think that this could be very, very chalky, and I'd be very careful here. You have Carvel, undefeated this year, the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner. I do question whether Carvel wants the 6 furlongs, because the record is not great at 6 furlongs. He's one of 3. So that might be the one area for hope, and the reason I'm spreading here a little bit. I do think the 10 Big Invasions, very interesting. The Clement horse. You also have, I like Dr. Zemph a lot here. This was a European sprinter who came over to Chad Brown. I could see Dr. Zemph running a big race here. And, this is a horse that's tactical and doesn't need the lead. I think they tried to run it too long at Keeneland, and I don't think this horse wants a mile. If you look here, 7 furlongs. Well, there's a grade 1 at 6, but its previous try at a mile went similarly to the Maker's Mark mile there. Arrest Me Red's a horse that always seems to not run to its odds. And the fact that it's the E long shot here and it's getting a little more distance, it may benefit from this here. Another Ward horse, and maybe one to look out for here. So Scotty, I just while you were out, I was just talking a little bit about the late pick 5 at Belmont tomorrow. Just waiting for you. So Warlike Goddess went down to market segmentation, the E long shot, the 4 who I had mentioned and used on my pick 4 that was covering my pick 5 ticket.
Well, it's amazing though that the system did not like Warlike Goddess, right? How incredible is that?
And also, that was a top pace, and the horse went gate to wire.
And
won pretty easily.
Long shot too.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And when you see metric combinations like that, those are and let me pull up the screen for you here so you can actually see.
Yeah.
Here, it actually played out. Remember the 2 horses I mentioned, and actually the 3 horses I used on my pick 5 ticket or pick 4 ticket finished 1, 2, 3. And I'm sure I'm not going to be hitting. Well, it was a $65 try. Market segmentation went off about 6 to 1. So that's a good start for pick 4. We have 8 minutes to San Nita, so we have a little while to talk. Do you want to talk about your thoughts on the Acorn? And then I've kind of given my thoughts as well on this race, but I'll repeat what I thought here as well.
So yeah, I narrowed it down to 3 horses, the 5, 6, and 8, and Pretty Mischievous is probably the horse to beat. I didn't like how it barely hung on last time out over at Churchill Downs, but it was at 12%. So it broke from the 14 hole. They added blinkers last time out for the Kentucky Oaks. I mean, obviously she won the Kentucky Oaks, and they added blinkers. You know me, I don't really like that kind of move, but it worked out for them, and this horse ran good with the blinkers on. It surprised me because there's another horse that has been running fantastic, and then they add blinkers for the Kentucky Oaks. So that was Brendan Walsh, who's one of the, a solid trainer, especially known for training horses on the turf. Muni's Gold, though, you're talking about a horse that's got a really big pace number. it, these are 3-year-olds, and she ran in the 8 bells and barely lost in that race, but she was dueling the entire time from the 7 hole. She was 39% that day to win. She was in a tussle there, and she fought really hard. And but I think that she could be really tough to beat, but she is stretching out, and I'm not sure about the stretch out because but I mean she's just a nicely bred horse all the way around. I mean she's got amazing numbers. The GSR Plus grid doesn't really show it. There's some mixture in there, right? You know what I mean? So I don't know if this horse can get that distance or not, but she's a very classy horse. I know that. But and then you look at the 8 horse who's 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line, the EquinEdge long shot. And I mean, this horse ran in at 8 bells as well. And I mean, has every right to run well on the stretch out. I mean, that should be no problem at all. I mean, this is a really nicely bred horse as well. It's these 3 horses. I mean, I would bet you anything that one of these 3 horses wins.
All right, so here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think Money's Gold has a chance here unless this horse has some secret rating skills that we're not aware of.
Right.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
What's up, Coach?
So here's why. Number one, the 2. My feeling is that first of all, this horse has a higher pace number. It has a class issue, doesn't want the distance. Brown has this horse in my mind here to rabbit to ensure that that the 8 and the 4, his other 2 horses here, get the pace that they need. That's my personal opinion. And then you also have Good Girl Bad Habits, who's extremely, extremely fast. And you put that with Money's Gold, that they all need the lead. So what are they going to do when you have 3 horses above 85 essentially for your pace number? They're going to go.
You might. I'm going to tell you. I bet you. I got another buck because I owe you a buck. I got a buck that says Mooney's Gold rates that Irad takes this horse back on the stretch out.
So I've watched all of Mooney's Gold's races. You can see I was not aware this was a filly when I wrote that note, but it should have been Oaks Contender. But I don't think that this horse, this horse was just faster than everybody else in those races. But if you go back and look through staging, you should be able to see that there was not a lot of other speed in those 3 races.
Well, I think that this race then, based on that, and I think you make a compelling argument, pretty mischievous and I don't know how to pronounce the long shot, but
Seed, I think it is.
A Seed. I mean, you could be looking at those 2 horses for sure, right?
Yeah. And the other horse that I think could get a piece is Darth Vader. Was more of a 1-turn mile horse. Here was pretty impressive. In the Gulfstream Oaks, got to the lead and then got caught,
right?
Which typically I don't like, but I think here could possibly get in that position and get caught again and finish 2nd or 3rd.
Right.
I do like a Seed, and I don't think much of Frosty O'Toole either. So let's go by the theory, or not theory, but the data you've told me about, where if it's under 70, the horse doesn't win grade 1s very often. So that narrows me down to just these horses, and then with the speed factor, it puts me there. And a Colt has shown that he can rate, or she can rate. So I think Dorth is going to be isn't quite as fast as the other 3 horses. And Dorth has shown that she can rate. So I wouldn't be surprised if among those 4 horses, that's the horse that rates. But I think we're overlooking a Colt a little bit here. You know, may have been too close to the pace of the Gazelle. Has gone 9 furlongs and is now shortening up a little bit. And I think can get won a non-graded stakes at 9. So I don't think getting 8.5 is going to be a problem. My concern is this horse might be a little too close to the pace. But I think if you're looking for a price, that's the price to be had there. And we're a minute to Santa Anita, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this as well. But, you know, as I think about it, you know, this pace is going to be pretty hot. And of course, there are many times where we think that, and then, you know, a horse stumbles and somebody gets an easy lead. Yeah, I don't think Dorth is naturally fast enough to get on the lead from the rail there. With the 2 being in the same situation, the 7 and the 5 from the outside, it's, you know, that there's a pretty big delta, about 15, 16 points between the 2 and the 1. So the 2, if that horse breaks okay, it's going to be hard for Darth Vader to get the lead. Doesn't mean that it, you know, if that horse clears Darth Vader, doesn't mean that he can't get out from the rail, though, just by breaking well. And still a couple minutes here at Santa Anita. It's interesting that the 2 at Santa Anita, who I did not like, famous last words, I'm sure, is the favorite at 3-5 now. So let's take a quick look at Santa Anita. You know, you have an only pace scenario with the 3. I believe Scotty and I have a bet between the 4 and the 2 who will finish further ahead too here. So let's see what happens here at Santa Anita as they're nearing the gate.
No, didn't I have the 1?
You had the 1 and the 3 here.
Yeah.
But you had, in our bet, you had, did you say the 1? Okay, so you had the 1 finishing ahead of the 4. Okay. All right, you're on still.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the horse I think we're overlooking in the Acorn that I mentioned was I think the 4, a Colt, can rate and is possibly going to get first run.
The 4 horse
on the tired out sport horses, and has gone and won at 9 furlongs. So I, you know, much like Pretty Mischievous, we don't have a distance question. You know, most of the other horses in this race, other than those 2, we have a little bit of a distance question on.
The 4, we just don't like. We don't really know the level for that horse because it's had a lot of layoff issues, right? So yeah. I think that's the issue we have there. Going into the gate here, and I love the 1.
I like the 3 here. We'll see what happens. I don't think I got that in on time though.
Bold. Economical has early speed too. They're
been my problem all day.
And at the rail,
I made salmon, you guys. I haven't eaten all morning. I only had a cup of coffee all day long. Been trying to fast, but I made salmon with the skin on it, and it's so good.
So you can see here, I'm holding up my protein shake I had. That's all I've had today because I'm also doing intermittent fasting.
Do you use the air fryer by chance?
I do. I love the air fryer.
The best.
Exaltation keeping pace third.
Then it's there's Tyson makes these air fryer chicken fillets that are made for the air fryer. You get a really crispy, low calorie, high protein.
To try and run him down second. Economical coming
Can you
in
root for this
pressure
one horse
losing
for me,
ground.
please?
Harrison the Bolt far outside.
I
1-3
can,
would be
Howard
great.
just behind
but,
Stop
the
to
4 would
1-3.
be.
the sky. And
1-3.
Exaltation comes to Took
Stay up
Charge.
3.
Exaltation on the
Stay up
outside.
3.
Took Charge.
Please
No.
stay up for
Relays
second.
back to natural power.
Oh, for
in
second,
third.
yeah, I
Charge
think.
not done fighting hard.
1-3.
Exaltation. grinding him
1-3.
down, and
Wire.
Exaltation, a hard
Wire.
You got it.
Took Charge second.
How much did we have on that one?
That was $1, so we're even.
Who was in a
No, I
big
meant-
fourth with Barristan the
I
Bolt.
meant, what was
Oh.
your exacta?
You know me well. I'll tell you what I bet.
I do. I knew exactly why you were wanting the
bet-
3 to stay up.
I bet 1,000 to win on the 1, and I did a $200 exacta box 1-3.
Very nice.
What's an exacta
$100.
bet?
Let's see if I can take a quick look at the will pays and give you an idea what we're waiting here.
4-1.
Which
over
is the
4-1.
nice thing about
I told-
exactas.
I knew. Remember, that's why I wanted to make the bet. I'm like, I love
Yeah.
this one horse.
All right, so let's see here.
Hopefully,
You
somebody,
were
like, if you were watching the show, you know that one horse, I gave out the 1-3.
all right. So 1-3. So $20 for $1.
Okay, 8 grand. No, 4 grand. All right.
And then 1,000 to win, so that's another
Yeah,
4,000.
we'll take it. Thanks, Gareth.
Boom. Yeah, I think as a group we should be giving you a boom on that one for sure.
Well, we're wrong too. So, but I
Yeah,
mean,
but you got to celebrate when you're right.
no,
and
but
you know
we've been good today, though. We've both done good today. Sorry, guys, I haven't eaten all day. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
let's
had to
let
get
Scotty eat here,
All right.
and we got 3 minutes to Belmont, 5 minutes
All right,
to
let's do
Gulf
it. I'm
Stream.
ready. I felt like my energy was getting low, and I'm like, okay, I better get some food in my body
Yeah.
so I can keep going. All right, let's do it. So, look, the more we started talking about this, and I think you make a case for the 5 horse. I don't know the upside of it. We don't know the upside of the 5 because the upside, or I mean, sorry, you don't know if Irad's gonna grab this horse and sit on it, but it hasn't to this point proven it can rate, or is it just that much better than everybody else?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
Right?
it could be a Nick's Gold or something like that,
Yeah.
or Nick's Go, not Nick's Gold, or a super horse. But the fact that it got caught by let's say a relatively, I believe it was Red Carpet Ready caught it, who's a good horse but not a great horse. Yeah,
So,
no,
but look, the 6 horse makes a lot of sense. Breaking from the 14 post last time out in the Kentucky Oaks. I like that the horse doesn't have too much of a layoff. I think the horse is doing well. So why have a big layoff? A lot of times after big races, you'll see that. I really like that. Now, she had to hold on, but a lot of times that can be because of blinkers where a horse kind of loses its focus. But I think breaking from the 14 hole, this isn't that strong of a grade 1 race. The Acorn, I mean, we've seen a lot tougher. It's a 76, which is good. So I like 5. I like 6-8. I'm doing an exacta box 6-8. That's how I'm gonna play it.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 4 is really sneaky here. Has shown it can get the distance. Didn't win the Gazelle, flattened out there, but gets the break of going a half furlong shorter, and the GSR goes up a little bit. And both the 8 and the 2 and the 7 and the 5, all these horses, it's their first time going 2 turns.
Yeah.
So we have distance questions on all of them that need to be answered. So I am going to do a 6 over 8, a 6-8 for 1 exacta. So the 6 to win, the 6 has got to win, and then I got the 1, 4, and 8 in second.
1, 4, and 8.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that they had a lot of high hopes for this horse, Chad Brown and Barn. I'm guessing they had a lot of high hopes.
Yeah.
But this horse, when you have 3 layoff lines in 4 lifetime races, you clearly have issues. So we don't know how good this horse is doing right now. And if the horse is doing good, we really don't know what the upside is. So I don't blame you for taking a chance on a horse like this for at all.
Yeah, and I just don't understand how the 2 is sitting at 7 to 1 and the 4 is at 26 to 1.
Yeah. Thanks, Evan. Thank you. Yeah, I got back $9,000 on that. That's not bad. 9,000 for 1,400 wagered.
No, definitely. You need one more good one to get to where you probably want to be.
I've not been playing a lot lately, but when I have been playing, I've been doing really well. That's the biggest bet I made today. I've been making, more like $200 bets, things like that. But I really did like that from the beginning last night when I handicapped it. So I'm like, when you really like something that you're better off just, better off doing that. And I'm really good too. I'll pull I just pulled a bunch of money of that winnings out. So I've been getting really better about that, trying to go, look, I'm going to take my profits.
So while we have a minute, while we're waiting for them to get to the post, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the things you and I'm going to put you on the spot, and the staff are working on with your developers and stuff like that, some of the new stuff that you're hoping that we can launch?
Yeah. So one of the things, if you've ever used the Formulator project or product for DRF, which is a really nice product, we're doing something similar where you're going to click on the past performances and click on the date. And when you open that up, it's going to give you basically everything you want to see. You can see the races if it happened right now. And then plus you can watch the race replays of all those past performances for each horse. You can also you'll be able to live stream, and there's a lot of big stuff. Some stuff I can't talk about, but for all of these, all of the loyal EquinEdge customers, you're going to be happy with what's coming up. A lot of really good stuff. Our growth has been tremendous. I will share with you that like as an example, we did last year in May, we did 1,900 total transactions, right? Total transactions in a month, which is good.
Yeah.
This year we did almost 4,000 transactions in May.
Oh, that's amazing growth.
And we're only on Twitter, really. Like that's all we really focus on. But I think the community has just been amazing, and everybody shares with EquinEdge, and we have some things to shore up for sure, and we're adding a lot of things. But I think at the end of it, like my hope is within like a couple of years, I don't think you'll need to leave the site. And there are reasons why you maybe need to leave the site now, but we have stuff that nobody else has, of course, but then there's stuff that we don't have that other people have, and I'm trying to get that. But as you know, the development is difficult, right? That's hard.
And I think people need to understand that you don't want to launch something if it's not right. If it's going to be a problem, if it's not accurate enough, it's better to go back to the drawing board than to just launch something that it isn't going to give the experience that users would expect from EquinEdge.
But what's amazing? Like we did also too. Here's an interesting stat. Imagine this. Like if anybody knows about online businesses, you'll usually see an average retention of about 30%, 35%. Take a guess what our retention is for subscriptions.
I'm going to go with 65% as we're off here. Money's Gold got an easy lead.
85%. 85% retention. It's really incredible. Like, and that speaks volumes as to how customers appreciate EquinEdge, and we appreciate them. And I think one of the best things we did was create the intercom button so that we can communicate with customers that were frustrated or had issues or didn't understand. And then the coaching classes have just been a huge thing. If you haven't taken a coaching class, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's free, of course, and you learn a lot.
Definitely, the coaching classes are great.
They are.
So Money's Gold got an easy lead.
Yeah. I mean, 6 is just cruising. 8's cruising as well.
Yep.
No,
And the
8's kind of
4
going
is
back now. Oh, see, that 5 is going to be tough, I think. We'll see. Here comes the 6. Oh, yeah. 8's coming on the rail. I would love to see 6, 8. Come on. Come on.
come on,
There's
6.
a 6. Come on, 8. No, 8's not going to get it. But 6 is going to win the race.
Boom.
Wow. Wow.
I can't believe Money's Gold went off as the favorite. That's an absolute gift.
Wow. I'm 9-5 on the 6. I'm happy with that. I had that. I did an 8-6 exacta box, but I bet the 6 to win. And then the 1 horse, Darth Vader. I mean, you were saying that you kind of like that horse.
Yep, and I had, remember, I played that 6, 1, 4, 8 exacta.
Right.
6 over 1, 4, 8. So I don't play as big as you do, but I played that for $4.
No, it's all relative though. When I lose big too. So
yeah,
I've been trying to play smarter, is what I've been trying to play smarter. I didn't have a good year last year. This year I'm doing good, but I don't play as much this year.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah. Did you hear that, Oldy? Like when I tell you, like if a company online website has a 35% retention, they're happy. We have an 85% retention. So all of you that are EquinEdge customers, couldn't thank you enough. Like we've had times when the site was broken and you guys just hung with us, and we're super grateful.
Yeah, and Lexi's one of the originals. The 4 finish. See, now I'm kicking myself for not playing that as a try, because the 4 finished
the 4
third
got
too.
third.
But,
Did the 4 get third?
Yep. So it went 9-5 over 11-1 over 27-1.
Oh my God! You're supposed to have that.
That's why it comes down to betting, right?
Yeah.
But I'll take the 9-5 over 11-1 exacta. That should be just fine for me. And I talk about how great the community is too all the time. One of the other things I want to point out, we were talking about the late pace number and people asking for that before, but at some point in the future we will have, I hope we will move back to having the simulated race, because that is better than a late pace number, because
we will have
that will actually
race. For sure. 100% we will have a simulated race. Absolutely.
And that will show you a visual representation of what's going to happen late in a race, and that's way more valuable than a pace number that can be affected by the things we discussed before.
The late pace number does not work. Like it's a gimmick. People think that they need it, so some people will. It's not. Pace is the pace of the race. That's early. And time, I don't think anybody on EquinEdge misses time. Do you miss time?
I do. Yes, I do. We disagree about this.
Oh, wow.
I love time for 5.5 furlong turf races. Love time. And there's no place I can really get that and pick that up where I could pick it up on the time on the 5th place horse from Gulfstream. And you have to know, with some exceptions, that the time is going to be different across tracks and across racing levels. But I had it to the point where I, at least at Gulfstream for 5 furlongs, I had tuned in to where the time should be for
Yeah.
let's say a 5 furlong sprint stakes race. So if I saw a horse that was a favorite that hadn't been able to run near that time and I knew needed to move forward, it was
Yeah.
another way for me to eliminate a horse. I don't think it's valuable at all going 2 turns or longer distances, but those short distances, I think there's value to it.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, that's why we have them with quarter horses. But there's a long story short. I was doing the quarters. I was hosting the quarters, and me and Jose Contreras were having an argument. I just had started building EquinEdge, and there was a horse on EquinEdge that was 50% to win, and it had like 15 points higher GSR. Now this was a 110-yard race, and there was 4 other horses that were extremely fast, and all 4 of those horses had run 110 yards. And this horse had not run it. It had been running, because it was classy, it had been running like 350 and 400 yards. So
we missed Gulfstream, by the way, while we're talking.
Yeah.
And your 8 horse that you loved in the last. And I forgot to tell you while you were gone, your 1 horse that was your single one, too.
So both of them won?
Yes. But but didn't we get knocked out? Didn't you get knocked out the second or third?
But I played it in the tournament.
Okay, nice. So
I keep those horses in the tournament. Okay, hold on here.
There we go.
Whoa! What's happening? Oh, I'm 4th of 397 people.
Boom.
Okay.
That's definitely a boom.
Okay.
Just I don't know if anybody played along, but the 6 was my pick 4, late pick 4 single. And we got the 4 at 6-1. The 6 was the second choice, and that's what remains for the late pick 4 at Belmont.
Oh, the 8 just won at Gulfstream, right?
Yes, and just one official, so it hasn't even shown up.
Put me in the lead. What did it go off at?
3-1.
I might be in the lead now because that hasn't posted on Horse Players.
Nice.
Look at this. Every one of my horses has won in the first 3 legs.
Let's go.
Remember I told you it's going to be chalky.
Yep. As Justin would say, LFG. Since I don't want to say that out loud on me.
Yeah, LFG. Okay, well that looks like, I mean, there's 400 people in there, and I'll be in the lead most likely. Okay, that's good. And then what do we have coming up next? We have Santa Anita race number 4. I have the 6 horse.
Yeah, and we're 13 minutes away from that. We have Golden Gate. We're about to go to the gate if we want to take a.
Yeah, let's go to Golden Gate. That sounds good. Race number 3.
We'll do a little Matt Dinnerman here, and the light just came on. I'm getting as soon as the thing decides to pop up here, I'm gonna.
Thanks, you guys.
With the screen moved over.
I swear I love these people. We need to do a get together in Vegas. We did it one time, and I think we had Rodney was there, Linda with his wife Linda. I think we had. I want to say there was at least 8 people that showed up to Vegas. It was really fun.
Being on the lead, setting the pace, and
yeah, I mean, I think if we plan it enough ahead of time, or around like something, but I think if we plan it enough ahead of time, we could get a big group of people. I mean, keep in mind when you did that, what was it, probably 2 years ago? That the user community was a lot smaller.
I'm tied for first place right now with somebody.
Swall the post 3.
All right, let's
one
go.
other person had the exact same picks as me.
A crown for Kitten.
Wait, 1-1. No, he had the 1.
Noble Harding
in Belmont race number 9. He had the 1. Well, that was a long shot. Wow. I'm in the lead by 50 cents. Okay.
I mean, at the end, if you win by 50 cents, a win's a win, right? And is this for an NHC seat?
It is. I've already qualified, but I want a second one.
We're ready to go. Start of the pick 6. And
all right.
we're off. A little bit of a stumble for a crown for Kitten right after the start.
Thank you,
Good
Lexi.
beginning from
Thanks,
Paula
Catherine.
Contessa on the far outside. She's up on the pace. Emmenholz Fiesta.
Yeah, Rodney is the best.
Fast pace
guys.
here in
That's
the early
like,
stages. Call her
gotta love
Contessa
Rodney.
with a nose in
Honest,
front.
just has
Lady wears
naturally
the
the
ring
best,
on the inside,
the
hounding her
best
as they approach
personality.
the
I mean,
turn and
that's
moving
my
right
50
along
cents
here,
to him.
opening up 2.5 lengths on Emmenpool's
Just
Fiesta,
great
the 3-year-old
disposition,
filly
just like
facing Older
fun.
running in
We
third.
have to do
Wall
something
right
like that
behind
though,
her.
because
Derry
can you
Goulden
imagine
in
the
the
fun
fifth
we would all have?
position. She's about
Like,
6
it's
lengths
hard to
out
get
of
everyone
pace
together, I
ahead
know for sure,
of
but
the
that
long
would be
shot
amazing.
Noble Hearted and a Crown for
Yeah,
Kitten.
no,
And into
I'd
the
be
back
I'd be
the
down for that as well.
into here.
I think it's
3
maybe
wears the
hard to
ring.
do
The
around the
winner of
NHC, but if
Kokomo
we could
leads the
do it
way up
around
the
that,
backstretch, length and a
Yeah.
half in front. Call
that's
her
great. If
Contessa,
not,
Oldy,
That might be
you
kind
know,
of fun though, to
Wears
be
the ring,
honest with you, is
slowing
to
the
do it
pace
during
down to the second
NHC.
quarter mile
That
here.
make then
Swallow
because
and
the
Emmenholz
NHC is a
Fiesta,
blast.
they're
Like if
now
you've
even.
never been
Derry
to the
Goulden
NH, the
coming to
Vegas and the
split that
NHC,
pair,
it's
moving
fun to
up
be
to level
around
third, and there's
70,
3
800
runners,
people in the
2.5 lengths
room.
off the
It's really
pace, another
fun.
length and a half
And
for
then when a
Noble
long
Hearted,
shots come in,
and
like you
Crown
got
for
people
Kitten at
screaming.
the back. Now
We
there's
got the
just
best
5
video
lengths
last
from
year
front to
of
back
that
as
of
they
that
really
guy
pack
Bobby
up
screaming.
into the 4-turn run.
yeah,
Lady wears the
Our
ring
booth was
around the
right
4th
there,
turn,
and
a length
he
and a half in
was
front. Call her
screaming.
Contessa
I mean,
second.
going
Wall is
crazy.
3D
And
pace
and
closer.
then
Here comes
Anna goes
Small,
up to him and
Little
goes,
Red
"Did you
Feather
win? Did you win?"
Racing
He goes,
colors.
"Nah."
Making up ground
What
is
were
the
you
second
screaming
on the
at?
outside. Derry
It was
Goulden
so
swings
funny.
wide for the stretch drive and a Crown
So
for
that
Kitten
was
the
the
into it
throw
as they come down the lane.
throw
Lady
the whip
wears the
over
ring,
the
keeps going.
fence
yes,
guy
that guy, yeah, that
over the
guy,
rail.
Ahead.
nice
Here comes
guy,
a
really
Crown for
nice guy.
Kitten.
Yeah.
So
Swell's
look at
getting
the
tired.
top pace
Derry
number is
Goulden
going
on
to
the
win
far
this race,
outside.
but it was
Lady
also
wears the ring, just
29%.
keeps going.
Also, the second top
Lady wears the
GSR,
ring. A nice effort
and the
here
EquinEdge
for
long
the
shot's
filly
going to
by
get
Uncle
second.
Mo.
So
Lady wears the ring,
a
wins
lot
it.
of Oldy, do you ever when you want action, do you just
third,
box the top
and
3
call her
EquinEdge picks? I do.
I used to do that a lot more than I do now. I probably should get back to it.
Yeah.
But I will tell you on the show, Golden Gate's been very good to us. Just in general, we've hit at a high percentage
We have.
on the show there, and
Yeah.
Matt being a user of the product too. I think it's important that we support him as well because he's out there. And I think let me turn the sound off, and then I'll tell you this.
Result has been
So 2 weeks ago, one of the guys in my class, his name actually was on the screen. I can't remember the first name, but it was Dash sent by Matt Dinnerman.
It was
So
what?
it was the guy's first name, and then his profile said sent by Matt Dinnerman.
Sent
So
by
Matt
Dinnerman.
actually sent somebody to our class who's
did he
interested
really?
in EquinEdge, and the guy told me at the end of the class that he was going to subscribe as well.
Oh wow.
So
yeah, I had 18 people in my class yesterday, and it was just, we were just going over race by race by race, answering questions, and we were just I said, let me show you how to make money in a 5-horse field. I made a lot of money in that race, and you can do that because you have confidence in the numbers and you kind of have an idea. This horse, this 1-horse going gate to wire was kind of predictable, and the 7-horse stopping was predictable because it had shown to need the lead, and when the 1 got the lead, you can bet that the 7 was going to stop, and this is when you make money is by beating big favorites, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that was what I was talking about too with people, that you need to evaluate the favorites and find the ones that you find segments where there are multiple ones that you can beat, or you play a smaller ticket and you play for a multiple. If you think that there aren't multiple favorites, maybe you find one that you can beat. But the other piece around that though is you need to be looking at pool size, and
absolutely makes a difference.
We were low. There was pretty much no racing last night. The only thing that was running was Sam Houston quarter horse, and I put together a pick 5 ticket with everybody, and then I looked at the pool and I said, this pool's we put together like a $54 pick 5 ticket, but this pool's only $5,000. If it were me, and I'm telling you, I wouldn't play in a $5,000 pool. In this situation, because I'd have to take the whole pool down to make it worthwhile to me, or get it down to like 5 tickets or something like that. And they started asking questions. Well, where do you find the pool size? So I showed them how to how to pull pool sizes out of the ADWs as well, which
Yeah,
hopefully will be something that I know is in the plans and that is coming,
it
so you
is.
won't have to leave too. And I did
It
mention
is.
that as well.
It is. We'll have that's right now. It's on dashboard. Where you go to dashboard. It's broken right now, but if you go to the top left, you can go to the dashboard. And what we're talking about is like current pick 4, 5, and 6 pools right there. That's one of the things. And you can see there's nothing in there. So we have other projects in front of it, but that's an example of where you won't have to leave to see the pool sizes. The top squares. So the dashboard
Yeah.
we've got some issues, but you've also got hot trainers, hot jockeys there on the left. All the top chalk horses and what their win percentages are on the left. Price plays on the right. So, yeah, I love Canterbury, Kyle. I love Canterbury Park. I love the turf races at Canterbury. Absolutely.
Yeah. And low takeout too. So,
Yeah,
in a mid-sized pool situation, having 10% takeout instead of 24% takeout makes a big difference.
it does. By the way, when you play quarter horses, at any quarter horses at all, you want to don't ignore the top pace number and also
Yep.
the top GSR. You're going to get some prices with that. So I almost use that just as much as I use the win percentages or picks. So you want to watch for that,
Yeah. So
especially if they line up.
my EquinEdge track of the week this week is the Eastern Oregon Livestock Showcase.
Yeah,
And I joke around about this, but I love the fact that you're able to pull all this information out of Equibase and be able to, if I was in Oregon going to the show, I'd be able to have information on this track. It's actually the fact that you can pull the morning line and the other metrics for something like this is pretty amazing. And we joke around about it because it's funny learning about these tracks that they even exist,
yeah,
that we've never heard of. And sometimes there's an opportunity you'll find one where you have a big pace advantage or something like that in a quarter horse race,
exactly.
and nobody's really betting it because they can't see it, and it's something you can make money on.
So this is in the tournament I used the 6 horse. Now, I didn't love it, but I had a really hard time in this race. So I'm hoping that I'm right about this because of the pace number, top EquinEdge pick, has a good win percentage, good GSR. But this is a wide open race. Did you feel like you had an edge here at all?
Let me just look at what I had here so I don't have to So I had this as an all race, if that makes you feel better.
Yeah, no, I knew that. Leslie, on the dashboard, how do you get all the screens to show? So if you're on, if you, all you have to do is click on the logo on the top left.
Yeah. Here, I'll do it right now for you. So I'm just going to click on the logo and it goes from
Right.
rate view to dashboard.
Yeah, exactly.
In these type of races, these seem like the type of races that the long shot wins a lot, though. That is a concern for me, with you playing in a tournament, especially since it's also the top GSR.
Right.
And I hopefully it won't happen. But even if somebody has that horse in second, it's going to pay really well, for the place payout.
I'm sending Brad a note on this missing top squares right now. Bear with me.
And what we'll do here is we'll do San Nita.
Okay.
And then
we got Santa Anita race number 4. You know who I'm
Yeah.
rooting for. I'm rooting for the 6.
All right, let's get this up here. We're a minute to post. And then we'll do some Belmont Stakes Day preview after this before Belmont goes. I mean, I'm hoping that that this goes 6-1, so the person who gets the second place horse doesn't get any advantage
Right,
on you
right.
as well. I'm thinking the tournament strategy in my head here of trying to hoping that the second place horse isn't a bomb, because that's another way you can get an advantage in these tournaments.
I don't do great with long shots, so I had a feeling that there wasn't going to be a lot of long shots in this, but
Yeah.
it's still early. I mean, but
So
yeah.
if you qualify, does that mean Justin and I are broadcasting the NHC
Yes.
as part of the meetup?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I like to come in there and sneak in there and make a comment here and there, but I'm like, well, not only that too. You know what's amazing? This is what's amazing. So last year at the NHC, I'm going to say 10 people were using EquinEdge. If I tell you at least 150 people had EquinEdge up at this, I couldn't believe it. Do you know how proud? It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was the best feeling to look around and I had people coming up and telling me how great the numbers were. And of course, the pace for a lot of top handicappers, many of them use EquinEdge because of the pace number.
Right.
Yeah. And the GSR, many of them, they love the GSR as well, and rightfully so.
I'm telling you, that new combo I found on GSR plus pace.
Turn that up, would you, Oldy, the volume?
Yeah, sorry. I still had it muted.
And Secret Treasure
Your horse broke like you'd want your horse to break there.
Yeah.
That was not a smooth run through the first turn.
Got to get that 4 out of there, though.
Later, 3 deep and 2.5 off the lead. Riverside is at the back of the group. 6 furlongs out, looks rare, a half length in front. Secret Treasure in second, and then a 3-wide Excel Calculator in third. Down at the rail, Musino fourth, about 2 lengths off the pace, and just in front of Riverside, past the 5/8 pole. Looks rare, a neck. Secret Treasure pressing a bit second. Musino, Excel Calculator side by side. Riverside in traffic between them. It's a compact group. 2.5 covers them all. Looks rare, the leader, 3 furlongs from the money. Looks rare. Secret
I don't see anybody running better than this 6. I'll say that.
Excel Calculator now.
So, and I think the 5's going to get this 4 out of second. So
steadying a bit while weakening with a 1/4 of a mile to go.
He hasn't even asked the 6.
Excel Calculator, a fresh danger, and Riverside starts to pick up a bit of momentum on the outside of Secret Treasure. 3/16 to go. Looks rare. Still has something left.
Come on.
By a length and a half. Excel Calculator trying hard, and Riverside is in.
Come on.
Past the 16th pole.
Wire.
Looks rare.
You're good. You're good.
He's
You're good.
tough on the front end, and it's going to be looks rare all the way.
Boom.
For a nice run from Excel Calculator. Riverside third.
All right.
In front of Musino.
That's 5 for 5. Wow. How's that?
I mean, that does not happen too often. That's a straight pick 5 right there.
Thank you, Bill, so much, and you've been a big part of it, Bill. You've been a huge advocate for us, and so I really I can't stress enough. Like, I'm so grateful for every one of you. Like, you know who you are, and yeah, really appreciate all of you guys, and I'm your biggest fans too. Like, when you guys post stuff on Twitter that you won, like, I'm like, yes, like I am, and I'm like. A lot of times you won't see me. I'm so busy, like so much going on that it's just hard to find time sometimes. But like I miss doing the show. I'm glad to be here with you, Oldy. It's about time too. Like, you hung in there for such a long time. I mean, you were there from the beginning. Justin's the one that created the booms. You know? He's the one that came up with the booms, like boom, boom, boom. And it was like, do you remember, like, we would all be winning. We remember all the way back to doing the Sam Houston series. Do you remember that?
Yep. Yeah, I remember Justin. I want to say he not power box, but he had some horse that he loved that he played all the way through, and then he forgot to play the super, and it cost him like $45,000. Something
Mhm.
like that.
Yep.
Like the
Yep.
whole pool, pretty much. But you know this. I went with Justin to Keeneland. That's how I met. I mean, he had a table. Asked me if I asked a bunch of us if we wanted to meet him. I was the only one able to do it. Lost my ID the first day at Keeneland because I literally drove straight in.
Yep.
Didn't find it until Sunday on the floor of my car. Uh, but you know, we had a great time, and um, you know, I appreciate the, you know, I've said this many times, I appreciate the opportunity. Really, Justin that came up with a lot of the concept of the show and the way we're doing things. We're enjoying having guests, and I haven't even discussed this with Justin, but you know, for the time that you're not able to, you know, that you're too busy to do the show on Saturday, maybe once a month, if we could pull you as a guest to do an EquinEdge update or something like that.
Yeah.
And you know, obviously not, it wouldn't be hard and fast like every month, but when you're available, because I know the community, just in talking to them, they enjoy hearing from you, and it means a lot to them to hear from you.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. So where are we going? We're going to
We're going to Belmont. We're
yeah, we're
one.
going to
Let's start on the
Belmont.
winner's
This
circle.
is where I have the 2 horse. Steven, you know what happened? Let me tell you, I'll straight up with you what happened with the spot plays. Whenever first of all, whenever I put the plays in there, I knew people were betting them. And if they weren't winning, I was getting so stressed. And I couldn't enjoy my day because like Anna and I would go out and I'd be on my phone seeing how all my plays did. It was too consuming. And I just didn't want that responsibility anymore. That's what happened.
And you know, I'm just going to say this out loud, but people don't, until you've actually tried to do it, you don't understand how hard it is to pick one horse in one race to win and then put it out publicly. Because
Yeah.
you do get comments back when the horses don't win too. They can
I
wear
had
on
a
you.
day where not one of my horses was even in the money. You didn't even know how stressed I was. I was just horrible. It was absolutely horrible. I just couldn't take it. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
really bad.
and I mean, it's other people's money, and you value that experience, and you want people to have a positive experience. It's the same reason
Exactly.
you're not on Twitter selling picks.
Yeah, no, exactly. But listen, I respect when we created
Yeah.
EquinEdge, I promise you, part of that was even with EquinEdge, people can get confused. It was always there so that people that were good at handicapping could resell picks to people that didn't want to mess
Yeah.
with it, and they had their different ways of doing it. Who am I thinking of that I have a lot of respect for? I'll think about it.
Mike.
But Mike Samich,
Yeah.
I have the highest respect for Mike, and Mike does a really nice job with his long shots and things, and the way he gives out his picks. And Mike uses EquinEdge, but he not like he plays. He uses it the way you're supposed to use it. It's a handicapping
Right.
tool.
Yeah,
You know?
and you know, I'm not denigrating. I'm just saying how difficult it is, and you value people's money, and it would be, to me,
Yes.
if I were doing that, and it's my personality too, it would make me nuts when that stuff didn't win. If I was putting that stuff out, and people
Yeah.
were paying me for those picks, and
By the
so
way,
it takes a spot.
we have a bet in here, just so you know.
Yeah, we do the 2 and the 11.
Yeah, you said the 11 was going to beat the 2.
I
How are you
like the
feeling?
11 a
Okay,
lot.
listen. Okay, we're even right now. You won one bet, I won one. This is
Yep.
for $1. I'll let you out for 50 cents right now.
No, I'm gonna stick by there's too much, just like in the last race, there's too much pace here. Channel Maker's gonna just take the
Go.
top off this field.
Yeah.
And tied to the C of the 4, who I did not use. I will say I believe that horse has a 4-star work, but
Tied
this
at the
would be
C?
one. Yeah, this would be one of the cases where you don't use the 4-star work.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked it was 20-1 on the EquinEdge morning line and only 1%. This horse showed a lot of speed against arguably a tougher group. The SOR says it was tougher. I'm banking on this horse to push the 3, and that's what's going to help the 2 win the race. Now, this 13 horse, I'm telling you, I believe if one horse is going to beat the 2, it's going to be the EquinEdge long shot to 13.
That's perfectly fine for me in terms of the pick 4, because I went pretty deep in this leg, which means that it'll end up going completely off my board. But I am 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 here.
2, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Okay.
And 13, sorry. If my eyes worked, I'd be able to read the 13 there.
No, you know what? We didn't bet the 2 against the 11. We bet that the 11 wouldn't be 4th or 5th.
Okay.
To be fair. All right, so I'll give you the horse. The horse can be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. How's that?
All right.
Okay.
We are going in the gate right now. I'm getting the sound down here.
I'm just doing an exacta box 2, 13, but I think that the 2 is going to be awfully tough.
I just think that there's a lot of speed and the 2 needs the lead, or needs to be on or near the lead. So what do you think? We, in a relaxed pace, going 2 miles should be about 52 going the first half mile?
I've seen like 3 of these races in my life. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm guessing as well.
I mean, the horse broke beautifully. I mean, really nice. Seems to be very relaxed.
That horse thinks it's running like a 5 furlong race.
The jockey on the 2 is doing a really nice job. I like it so far. Jeff.
51 was the half.
Good call. You said 52. They sure have that turf course looking good, don't they?
Yeah.
The 3 horse is being strangled, or I don't know what's going on with the 3.
Yeah.
I think the jockey's trying to time it. There goes the 2. Loaded. There he goes.
Come on, 11.
Get up 13. Get up 13.
Ugh.
Boom.
Well, that's not going to help my pick 4, though.
Boom.
And 3 hours later, that race is over.
Jeff had an entire beer. Yeah, I was all over a 213 exacta. Plus, I bet the 2 to win. Wow.
Yeah. Now, the 7 made a move that you thought might have a chance to stick there.
Yeah. Wow.
I think the 11 finished 6th, so I think you won the bet.
You know what they say about salmon, right? It's really good for your brain. Like, I'm going to start eating salmon during the show.
It's Scotty's show salmon. We'll have to go to a fishery and have them sell us Scotty's show salmon.
Right?
All right, before we go to Golden Gate, I'm going to take a quick pit stop here. I will be right back.
Sounds good. All right, so that was Belmont 10 and the 2-horse won for fun. It didn't look like it was changing leads down the stretch, but it didn't matter. It was 46% to win. The 13-horse, the Gray Wizard, was the EquinEdge long shot, who got second at 6 to 1. It looks like that was your third choice. Let's see here. 4 to 5 on the 2, and Bill Buick was aboard. The Irish bred with under John Velasquez, the Gray Wizard, second, and 59 to 1 shot on the 8, British Royalty, gets third. That's going to be a nice trifecta. And the 7-horse Amazing Grace, the German bred, this horse ends up getting 4th. So that was a 16 furlong race. How's that? That was the $250,000 Belmont Gold Cup. That was a grade 2 race. But the SOR in that race was a 68. So that's low for a grade 2 race. Like, normally you'll see, average numbers of, for a grade 2, 75 to 80. So that was pretty low. So that wasn't the strongest field in the world, especially when you have a horse like, Channel Maker, who's 9 years old, and that's one of your favorites. I ended up getting off at 11 to 1 and didn't run good. But Tide of the Sea showed the speed. That was the top pace number like we thought it would, but it had a low strength of race. The strength of race stands for, our strength of race is, the SOR is like a class number. So essentially the number is telling you how strong a field a horse has been facing. But if you want to see how the horse has been doing, then you would need to go to the handy view and look at the past performances. Oldy, you're back. Let me tell you what that exacta paid. The 213 exacta for a buck paid $16.20. I got to tell you, I'm extremely happy about that.
I'm assuming you did not play it for a buck.
No, sir.
I'm going to go with the oldie guess is that you played it for $100.
$200.
Okay.
So I did a $200 exacta box that paid me $3,240, and so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, that's a nice little business there.
Listen, look at, I've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've won all 6 races so far in the NHC qualifier tournament.
Where are you sitting right now in the
I'm at 60. I'm in first. I have $61, and the next closest is a gentleman named Christian Orsher, who's got $52.50. He also had the 2-horse.
Okay. So you got a little cushion there too.
So he has the 4-horse at Santa Anita, and I have the 7-horse.
Okay. So let's see. We have Golden Gate coming up. We're 1 minute away there.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks,
then
Rodney.
I believe we have a little bit of a break before Santa Anita, where we
have the bet right now. We got Golden Gate Fields coming up in a minute. Can we go there?
Yes, it's a 3-horse race though.
Oh, it's a 3-horse race?
Yeah, it's a 3-horse race.
There's a 61% chance of winning there in the 5. What do you look at? So let's look and see what the exactas are paying, and let's just see. Look at, we're gamblers here.
Are they allowing exacta betting here? Let's see.
Yeah, they are.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling it up now. All right.
So a 5-1 exacta pays $1. So you double your money. A 5-4 exacta pays $3. So let's look at the 1-horse, because the 5-4, the 4, by the way, is 24%. So maybe the 5, but it doesn't look so good on paper. Let's see, the 1 and 4 faced each other last time, and they're going the same distance. And the 1-horse last time had the 5-hole and was part of the pace and lost. And then whereas and got fourth by 4 3/4 lengths. And whereas the 4-horse was 5 wide and was about a length behind the 1.
Yeah.
So they're going the same distance. Now I would imagine the jockey.
They're going in the gate, so we'd have to.
Are they going? I'm just going to do it because I want action. I'm doing a 5-4 exacta.
All right, that makes sense. I'm going to get the right button clicked here and get us the video.
As well, Pete. I mean, most of her
Oh,
racing
I still have the
on
Santa Anita stream up. Hold on.
I can't honestly
on the audio.
find the last dirt race.
And the runners are loading into the starting gate for race number 4. LM Looking for Mischief.
I'm going to look at your 5 here real fast. I mean, the 5 needs to go, pretty much needs to go gate to wire, and is moving up in class.
The outside.
The 1 is 1 for 10 at the distance.
Cool Mountain Lad to take his turn in the gate.
I hope the 1-horse duels with the 5. 5's going to pull away and win, and the 4 gets up for second.
We're ready.
I could see the 4. I could see the 4 possibly winning if those 2 horses
was
duel.
actually away last today. Cool Mountain
The
Lad
5 broke
took
that.
advantage of that, and he's
Yep.
on
Now he's
top
gonna
in the
press
early
the 1.
stages. Here's Awesome Summer, though, right alongside, and these two get acquainted on the front end. And they're about 4 lengths ahead of LM Looking for Mischief. There goes Awesome Summer. Catalina Martinez letting him get to the front. And Cool Mountain Lad concedes the lead. He's on a hold, and he's back in second. Awesome Summer with a half mile to go. Strides away a length and a half now. Cool Mountain Lad second. And LM Looking for Mischief.
I
now
really
moving
like the move
alongside
by the
Cool
jockey
Mountain
on
Lad
the
into the
4.
turn. Awesome
Not that it's
Summer
going to be
gets
good
to the
enough,
rail with
but I
3
like that he
furlongs
got
to
the
go.
horse into the race
Leads
sooner
by
than
a half
later.
length. Cool Mountain Lad and William Antine Georgie there on the outside to press the issue.
Yeah, it
As they
looks like
turn up
he's
the
leveling
pressure,
off,
LM
though.
Looking for Mischief. Santos Rivera trying to keep him straight.
And we lost the feed. It's bound to happen at least once, I guess.
Let's run a huge
There we
race.
go.
Awesome Summer coming right back at him, though. It's Cool Mountain Lad. Awesome Summer back in second.
gonna win.
And Cool Mountain Lad to spring the upset. Cool Mountain Lad, the stakes winner, showed his class today and turned away Awesome Summer, who lost as the 1-9 favorite. We've got an upset here to kick off the pick 5, and third in the race, LM Looking for Mischief.
All right, we have 10 minutes to Santa Anita. Do we want to talk tomorrow and Belmont a little bit?
Sure. Let's relook at the at maybe the Belmont or maybe even some other races tomorrow.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe. So I'm going to pull up my late pick 5 here.
Okay.
And again, that this could change. And I will tell you, I'm also going to play a straight pick 5. That's Carvel to Cody's Wish to Ottoman Fleet to Forte and to the 1 Spirit of St. Louis, because it's very possible it chalks out that way. So I'm going to probably play about a $20 base straight pick 5.
I have the system. I have disrespected Cody's Wish every single race that horse has won. The system never likes it. It never likes it.
Well, let me show you something, Scotty. It's 6 for 6 at a mile.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it doesn't care whether it's a 1-turn mile, a 2-turn mile.
Okay, here's the only thing I'm going to say though. If you look at the if you look at the SOR there on that 6 for 6, it's a 68. That's pretty low.
Yes.
That's pretty low. But again, it's a top EquinEdge pick, but the system has hated this horse every single race. No love for this horse whatsoever. And it's only rattled off 5 straight races.
And look again, it also has rattled off 3 straight grade 1s, which is not easy to do.
What's wrong with Charge It? Can't Charge It win this race?
I don't like Charge It at all. I was going to say, I mean, where's Charge It? I meant to click there. I just don't see this horse as having that kind of class. I mean,
it had
1 turn.
Okay. You got it. First of all, it had a rough trip last time out. So they added blinkers last time out as well. Again, there's those blinkers in big races. I hate that. The horse gets a second place finish in a grade 2, the Gulfstream Park Mile, and that you got to put blinkers on the horse. I don't know. Again, that's Todd Pletcher. Who the hell am I? But it's a nice horse. 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 8 tries for $465,000. So
yeah, but its win was it's beating 66s.
Yeah.
And last time out in the Oakland handicap went a little longer, didn't run well. The Gulfstream Park Mile, who I don't think any of us would argue the horse that won that race would have beaten Cody's Wish. So, I just think that this horse is class compromised. And I think we're always looking for an excuse as to why Cody's Wish, because I think it's the run style on Cody's Wish, because it's not a front runner.
Yeah.
I
just think this horse just must have a ton of heart. What about Dr. Scheibel? I never thought I'd see Dr. Scheibel at 2%. Let me say, you don't know this, but I got my heart broken in 2021 in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Oh my God! I had everything singled from pick 6s to pick 5. I was everything to that horse, and he ended up losing by a nose. Broke my heart. And I believe this horse must have had a tendon issue, because this horse was off a year and a half. And it came back to win an allowance race pretty darn impressively, but this is much tougher, and it's going 8 furlongs for the first time. The GSR does drop to 64. Although Bill says this horse can get it, it's still on the GSR Plus grid. This is a cold stone sprinter.
Yeah, no. So I don't know if you remember this, but back when you did that, I was in the chat of your shows telling people to stay away from Dr. Scheibel, and that horse had 0 chance to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
No, I don't remember.
And that's actually, so it was the I'm drawing a blank on the name, but the horse that won was the Wayne Catalano horse.
Right.
And I actually gave out that winner, if it makes you feel even worse.
Did you?
Yes. But I don't know that Dr. Shivel wants anything to do with a mile.
Dr. Scheibel, I love you, Bill. Dr. Scheibel is not winning this race, nor even coming close in this race. Its GSR is a 64 in a grade 1 race.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that'll be only one of probably 5 in the last 10 years that have a GSR that low that have won a grade 1 race. It's not happening. Don't bet it.
And then people have been talking about Repo Rocks, and that horse has a 66, has won a bunch of races with a low GSR, but they're lower level SORs. The Carter it didn't win was a 70.
But look at if you look at the race at Aqueduct. If you look at the race for Repo Rocks, 4 back, the toboggan, grade 3. Look at the SOR. It was a 66.
Right, exactly.
But to be fair, then it just won the Westchester. That was a 76, and it won it by 5 1/4 lengths. But it's 15-1 EquinEdge morning line, where it was like it's not winning this race.
Right.
It's not happening. No.
And it was a grade 1 or grade 3 that day, not a grade 1. You'll remember this one because you were on the air with David for the horse that won the Carter. That was you and David were both playing horses in tournaments that day, and this was another one that I pulled off clustered pace numbers.
Yeah.
And that this was the only closer in the race was Doppelganger at almost 18-1. But I will say I give Doppelganger no chance in this race because this race does not present that same situation. And Cody's Wish is a much better closer than Doppelganger is.
Okay, but by the way, I think this is important for everybody to know. And then Gareth, I'll answer your question. These new GSRs, the average numbers are lower by about 7 points. So you will see horses winning graded races that have numbers in the high 60s.
Okay.
So, in case you didn't know that, that's important to note. Make a note of that. The GSRs, you'll see some high numbers like this, but you'll see a lot of low ones as well.
Bill remembers. He remembers me saying that. I said, I want you to imagine the race and you tell me what the scenario is that Dr. Shivel wins that race. And sure enough, he almost won, but knock on wood, I was almost right.
He was on the lead. He was sitting in a perfect position from the 9 hole and made a move. And I just think the jockey probably made too premature of a move. I mean, he looked gone. I was shocked. Pratt was aboard that horse. Like, you're not going to see Pratt lose in a situation like that. Garrett, to answer your question real quickly, we don't, except for quarter horses, it's me. I don't believe in time because I've run enough statistics and numbers within our algorithms to know that the time's irrelevant, but that's just my opinion. It's not that somebody like Oldy might not have an angle where he looks at shorter races and thinks he's found something. For sure. I totally respect that. But overall, time is irrelevant. And so that's why we don't show time. As far as other people go, there's a lot of, United States, US, documentation companies that of course show time. The forum has time and other people have time. It's just not something I believe in. All right, Oldy, let's get to Santa Anita.
Yeah, we're almost there. The other thing I want to point out real fast, because we're a minute away from your horse here, the horse that is my second choice here is not Zandon, who has never won at a mile. I don't understand why they're running the horse at a mile, but White Abarrio going to Rick Dutrow nearly won the Cigar Mile, 3 back, and then they were messing around. Safi was with it going longer and shorter, but maybe a mile's just this horse's distance.
Yeah.
So I think you could get a pretty decent price on a Cody's Wish White Abarrio exacta. So that's my thought. I'm going to get us to Santa Anita here.
Hey, Doug, what's going on? Good to see you. By the way, I meant publications, not documentations. Publications. There's a lot of them that have time. There are a lot of people that believe in time. The buyer is based on, I mean, I don't know the algorithm, but most of it's based on time.
Well, and you know, I appreciate the fact that I can disagree with you.
Totally.
We can have our own opinions, and that's just the way it works. And if
Absolutely.
people have ideas, you want to hear them, and that I'm saying that to the community too, because
And no,
there may be
the other
something.
thing too, Oldie. The other thing that's hard for people to understand unless they're doing this is that there's, especially on mobile, is almost no space.
Yep.
Like you're really, every time there's an idea or you want to add something, where are you going to put it? And then
I mean,
are you going to just add a bunch of things and complicate the site? It's not these aren't easy decisions that we have to make.
Absolutely, you'd almost have to put a pop-up window in there for each horse,
Yeah.
and that's eh, gonna make it much more difficult for the average user too.
What
So
do
you
you
had
what do you
this
what do you what is he what do you think Blue means by product multipliers? I'm not sure what he means. Do you know?
product multipliers. I don't know. Blue, can you give us a little more information on what you mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you meant, Jeff. Yeah, you have to really be careful. You have to be really slow to act on things, believe me.
Mhm. Why can't I get this to go away? Maybe because you're clicking it away.
No, yeah, we're both doing it. I got it. That's why it's happening. We were both clicking on it at the same time.
You got to be able to make fun of yourself for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Hopefully this video will cooperate.
The horses are at the gate. It is post time.
Well, I hope in this the will pays are up for the Belmont pick 4 we're alive to. With the worst one being the 5.
Did I play? I thought I played the big 5, didn't I?
You did, I think.
We're in the gate.
I think you might still be alive.
And they're off. Perfect start.
Okay, why
I
did
think
this?
so as well, right?
Says here's Flatter with
Why
Jules
did
and
this freeze again?
Vandalia moving right together after the lead, and Luciel comes away in fourth.
I'm going to remove it and put it back in there. That's both Golden Gate. Hold on.
The rail is now in a little bit tight fourth, 2 lengths off the pace. Another 2 back to If You Want It and Big Bell. They have 5.5 furlongs to go. And it's Flatter with
I mean, your
Jules,
7's sitting in a
3/4
great
length
position.
back.
He's definitely choking that horse back, though.
He is.
Outside that pair, 1.5 lengths off the leader. Then it's Renegade Princess, who's now 4 behind Flatter with Jules, heading to the half-mile pole. If You Want It in Big Bell, Flatter with Jules, a half length. Vandalia snugly in hand. Yet to go after the front running, Flatter with Jules. Flatter with Jules, 3/4 of a length, but Vandalia right up alongside. Luciel, Renegade Princess, 3rd and 4th. Big Bell.
All right.
If You Want It. 3 furlongs out. Vandalia makes her move now. And Vandalia on even terms with Flatter with Jules. Luciel just a neck back. 3 of them across the track with 1/4 mile to go. Luciel and Vandalia. Flatter with Jules, white blinkers. Game at the rail, and now Flatter with Jules.
Come on, 7.
Go on.
Come on, 7. Let's go.
Princess in.
Come on,
Get up.
girl. Come on.
Flatter with Jules.
Come on.
Wire together. Luciel and Armando.
Get up, 7.
Flatter with Jules.
Get up, 7.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Get up, 7.
Boom, 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 boom.
Luciel prevails.
7 for 7.
Holy shit.
Renegade
That's
Princess.
7 in a row?
Energy third.
Yes.
Then it was Vandalia.
Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy hell. I don't remember ever doing anything like that before. Ever. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, let's go. Let's keep this rolling.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Let me see if I can pull. Let me get the Belmont sound up.
7
Real,
Done.
real fast, and then we'll look at what you had left in your, or whether you're still alive in the pick 5.
Woo!
Yeah, we still got time to
Thank
figure
you,
that out.
everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was your tab.
Wow. Okay, Belmont's coming up.
Yep.
So
I'm
no rest.
going to go back and see if I can look at your.
I have the 6 horse here at Belmont.
But I think your pick 5's alive too.
Okay, that's right.
That one's mine.
Let me see.
Oh.
I did play a pick 5. Who won? Did my 6 win? Wait, who won the second leg of the pick 5?
Oh, that's where you missed. It was the 4. Remember, I told
I
you
didn't
that.
have the 4. I had 2 and 6. I had 2 and 6, so I did not have that one. So I'm out. I'm out.
All right, so I am 1, 5 through 8 here.
All right,
I'd love the 1 or the 8.
I have the 6. Amy C.
Yeah, no, I love Amy C. That was a horse I was going to single who got scratched out of a race down the hill a few weeks ago.
Drinks on me, Catherine. Absolutely. We all meet in Vegas. It would be drinks on me, 100%.
All right, they're getting ready to load here.
They're loading into the gate. We're looking at a 6 furlong sprint race. And this horse is somewhat tactical. Looks very good on the track. All right, get it, Gareth. Come on, Amy C.
I didn't expect Amy C to be up on the lead, though.
I didn't either, and I think the jockey realized that and then took the horse back, but I wasn't sure whether he should have just sent that horse, to be honest with you. Seems to have horse.
One's choking back that horse, though. I think the one's got horse.
But he's going to have to get the trip.
I'm sorry, not the one. The
Come on,
7.
Amy, let's go. Come on, girl.
8.
Come on. Get up. Get up, girl. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up, girl. Get up. No, third. Yep.
Boom. Boom.
You had that?
That was a good.
That was a good hit?
So I mean, 200 and it was a $52 ticket and it paid $209.
Nice.
The 7 to put into comparison, the 7 would have paid sub $100. So
one person had that horse, and that horse, that's going to be
I
good.
forgot about it.
So he's in 5th right now, but he'll be rivaling me. Let's see here. So
Yeah.
12, 14, 15. He's going to probably be, $23 probably. 23 on top of, what is that?
Okay, what sound did I not turn off? There we go. Yep.
23, he's 47, 57, 67. So he's probably going to pass me. It's going to be really close, but I could be in 2nd. But nobody in the vicinity had
if you
Well, that's
wanted
not
him to
true.
make
This guy
Bell
did.
flutter with Jules a half length.
All right, so it's gonna. There's 3 more races, and I'm there in second right now. I think first or second.
Okay. Yeah. So what tracks are left?
It's Santa Anita. It's the last 3 races at Santa Anita.
The last 3 races at Santa Anita. So, all right. So that was Belmont 11. So let's look at those last 3 races at Santa Anita then. So do you have the 8 here?
At Santa Anita,
Yeah.
I have the.
Oh,
I have
hold
the
on.
8.
Let me pull it up on the screen so people can see what I'm.
I have the 8. Yeah. I mean, it's 1 to 9.
Yeah.
It's a first-time starter who's got a 74% win chance on our numbers. Wow.
Yeah. Well, you want a quick workout report on this horse?
Yeah, that would be
it's
great. Please.
not that you can change it now anyways, but
I'm shocked though. Like, why is this horse 1 to 9? Give me a break.
way on the thing too.
It must have crazy workouts.
Yeah. So this is race 6. This is the 8 pushiness. It's a 3-star workout. Maintained a healthy energy.
Good night,
Or
Catherine.
the other possibility is there's just nothing else here. That this is state bred.
Oh, that sucks, Deb. I'm in first by $1.40. Okay.
Okay. That you survived.
Yeah.
That's so the 4 I don't has a 2-star work. The notes aren't great on it.
I think we're going to see this horse go off at 3 to 5. I think people are going to, closer to post time. I think you're going to start seeing people bet the other horses, and this horse goes off at 3 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why it's 1 to 9, but just looking at the GSR, the 3 would be the only horse that scares me here.
Yeah.
And has a 2-star work, nothing special. And then you have.
I honestly, I know that's the only one we can see on paper, but I didn't really like that horse that much.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah.
I mean, I just can't like the long shot when it's going from 49 GSR to 43 as well.
Yeah.
So you can't. I couldn't use that. So it's these other 6, 7%. The 4 is also 43. Maybe this. I mean, these are all low percentage connections too. I can see why that horse has such a high win percentage just from the low percentage connections. The only other one that is relatively interesting, and only interesting because it's got the bug aboard. Yeah, you have 2 bugs here, but on the 2, I guess with a 58 GSR. But this horse hasn't run a lick.
What about the 3 horse? What about the EquinEdge long shot? Because I mean, I was surprised to see this horse is 3 to 1 on the EquinEdge morning line.
Yeah, this would be one that I probably, I love those. I call that a negative morning line to E morning line ratio. That's the way I usually refer to that. But I see it didn't really run, and then it's dropping 6 points in GSR too. I mean, somebody has to win this race. That's the thing. So, I can be critical of all these horses, but somebody's got to win it.
Right. Let's do Golden Gate.
All right. Golden Gate, race 5. Let me get that up so that I can keep an eye on it. All right. So Golden Gate Race 5. We could do a pick 4 here too.
Okay, let's do that.
What budget do you want?
$60.
$60. All right. And this will kind of maybe give us an idea of what's out here for the Golden Hour too. I mean, these look like horses that don't really care to win. You know, I don't know if you agree with me, but I would
No.
toss this one altogether with the 39 GSR.
Let's just, it's 14%. I think we get rid of the 7 easily. If I look at this horse, it won a 42 race, but on the turf, the GSR is just too low. No, I'm with you. I think that horse has got to go. Yeah.
And and it won a race sprinting too.
It's
And it's going 2
14%.
turns.
Interesting. I don't see it. No, I mean, it won 5.5 furlongs, but that was its highest GSR of 49. Now it's even 10 points lower than that. Why it's 14%, I have no idea. That's
Also,
just a puzzler.
that is Matt Dinnerman's top pick.
The one?
Yes.
Wow. Well,
Maybe he knows something. So
I don't know. I mean, look, I just don't. I don't know how you're gonna beat the 2. And the reason it's not only the top pace number, but it's just been facing so much better horses. I mean, it's just a really big drop. Whereas, yes, the 3 won last time out, but it was against a 34 group at 43%. Its GSR drops. It's going up 7 points in SOR. The win percentage drops from 43% to 16. Yes, it is a second-time starter. It's going on the turf tab. The turf tab's not horrible, but I mean, this horse arguably wants dirt.
yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like the 3, and that just goes to show you how good the 2 is probably here. That the 3 is the second pick.
All right. So how about the 5? The long shot.
So the long shot won 2 back, but again, this is a completely different race.
And these are all horses that have been sprinting on the synthetic that are going 2 turns now.
Don't you think the 2 is singled?
It looks that way, yes.
I mean,
it's either that or you get a bomb.
It's like even like when you look at the 8 horse. The 8 horse went 8 furlongs on the turf here, 3 back at this same against easier, a 34 group, and against 5 other horses, the best this horse could do was lose by 3 3/4 lengths and come in 4th. I mean, and it's just,
the one that's remotely interesting to me is this lightly raced 6. Looks like it probably could actually want turf. It's top turf number.
The minute so a couple of things happened that day. This is what happened. So the horse, but you're looking for something which I like, but so I'm not being critical, but
no.
2 back, the horse faced a 38 group at 2% and a 51 GSR. In the last race, it dropped to a 32 SOR, so a lot, went up to 18%, and the GSR went up 7 points. You know what I mean? And it only faced 5 other horses. Now it goes, the GSR is okay, but it's going from a 32 to a 40, and the win percentage goes down to 3%. So, I mean, maybe for the exotics, of course, but I just think this 2 horse is I think it's a deadlock single.
What was my note on this horse? I mean, it's an old note, but not fast enough, had doors blown off, but that was against 60s. Let's just see they're about to go in the gate, so we're going to have to settle on something.
Yeah.
The question is, is this one also a single?
In which race?
In race 6.
In race 6? Yes.
All right. So now you're.
Well, it's burned some money. It needs the lead, though, but it's going to get the lead. Oh, man, it's got such a big pace advantage.
Yep.
I don't know how you don't single that horse.
And then you have another group of horses that don't really seem to want turf here, but you could play single, single, all for 24 bucks here. And I'm saying you could play that because they're going in the gate.
Yeah, I'm not going to get in this pick 4, but what I am going to do, I did bet the 2 to win, and I don't know who's going to be second. Honestly, you?
I think it could be the 6. I mean, I just don't think this group is very good.
Compton's House, post 6, 2 more.
I'm
runners
going to
to
go
go.
with the
Many
3 horse for
markets in
second.
Riviera Sunrise.
Okay.
Also good to have Dave Weaver here on site with us all week
Your buddy
long.
Dave's there.
Yeah.
Remember, it's closing week here at Golden Gate, and Sunday we've got mandatory payouts, including in the pick 6. Races 5 through 10 will be that sequence. That'll be on Sunday, our closing day of the winter spring meet. Riviera Sunrise.
And then
to
what?
the
They take
outside
2 weeks
post,
off, and it's the
coming off
summer
a
meet.
maiden win a couple of weeks ago, and she makes her
Yep.
second start off a layoff here. 4 to 5 for number
I
2.
used to love to
by
play
Bugsy.
Bay Meadows.
For
I don't know
Southern
about you.
California conditioner Michael McCarthy. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful beginning. Bye-bye Bugsy, Air Kita, those two.
Well, you couldn't ask for a better break than that.
Markets in the red, white, and
No,
blue.
but
To take a short
that
turn
horse,
on Air
that
Kita
jockey
back
tried to
second.
get the lead, and that
Bye-bye
horse was
Bugsy
not
in a
fast
good
enough.
spot
So
position, third now approaching the clubhouse turn. Riviera Sunrise is next.
I think
Safarana,
you can rate, right?
5th and 6th around the turn.
Yeah, I think so.
Now I'm busy
I think at
saving
this
ground.
level, it
She's
should
running
be
6
able to
lengths off the pace.
just go past
6
those
inside
tired
of
horses, and
Compton's
you're not
House.
going to
The
have
trailer
anybody
is Hallelujah Baby
with all that
as
much
they
kick
approach
at the
that
end.
stretch run. Air Kita
I
on the
mean-
inside of many markets. They're right together now with
Well,
about 5
I was worried about the
furlongs to
3,
travel.
so a
They're
little
a
bit.
length
So
and a half in front of
I'm glad the
Bugsy on a
7's
snug
pressing a
hold here,
bit.
third. Another length and a half to Zafarana. 2 more to Not Now I'm Busy, who's made up some ground. She's racing in the 5th spot, passing Riviera Sunrise. Compton's House still second
The
to last.
jockey's
as one
smart.
horse
He'll
beat
get behind the 3
Hallelujah
horse and not
Baby as
worry
they're
about the
strung
7,
out
right?
here, about 10
Yeah,
lengths from
it looks
first
like
to
he's going to
last,
go right
maybe
in
even a
between
little
the
more
2.
than that as Air
Unfortunately.
Kita clears off, approaching the forward turn run, a length in front of many markets back in second. Bye-bye Bugsy saves ground around the forward turn. Looks like she's ready to go behind this leader as they round the turn. Now she's going to get outside in the 2 path, so she's got a clear shot to run on here. Not Now I'm Busy in the pink cap. It continues to make up ground. She's third alongside of Zafarana, sent along at the top of the lane here where Air Kita leads them off the turn. Bye-bye Bugsy asked to go now. She's got a quicken. In third, Not Now I'm Busy with Zafarana. Furlong to go. Air Kita hugs the rail,
Yeah.
kicks on. Zafarana into second. Bye-bye Bugsy beaten with Not Now I'm Busy. And Air Kita has put
No
this race
excuses
to
for the
bed.
2.
Air Kita gate to
No.
wire. Zafarana
3, 5,
second.
1.
Not
Look at it,
Now
was
I'm
the-
Busy
all the
third
horses
over
we
the favorite
talked about.
Bye-bye Bugsy. And Compton's
Right? The
House is
3, the
fifth.
5.
All the ones we hated.
Yeah, no, but the ones that if the 2 wasn't going to run, it was those
Right.
horses. The 3 was the EquinEdge second pick. EquinEdge long shot was the 5. So I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like a lot of times, what I'll do
Three, Air Kita first.
is I will
Second, number
bet
5,
the
Zafarana. Third,
I will bet like a bigger exacta. Like in this case, I would do 2 over 3, 5. And then what I'll do though is I'll do an exacta box with the second pick and the long shot, just in case the horse doesn't
Yeah.
run. Right. And in this case, you would have just got 5 to 1 over 5 to 1. So
Yeah, no, and 5 to 1 in third too.
and 5 to 1 in
Yeah.
third.
And this is one of the other things I have explained to people on the in the classes is that the things like GSR and the win algorithm, they're trying to predict a winner. They're not telling you how that horse is going to run if
Totally.
it doesn't win.
Exactly.
And
right.
so understand if you're building an exacta, you may not want to base that off the same group of metrics that you would for looking at what's going to win in a multi-race sequence.
Right. Right. I'm gonna. By the way, after this San Anita race, I'm gonna leave you, Oldy.
Okay, that's good by me. We're already past when our original schedule had us to. I'm just having a good time. I hope you
Me
are
too.
too. And
Me too. Except Anna's texting me, going, "Get your ass going."
all right, train like a quick filly. Let's see what Jeff Siegel has to say here. The only thing that concerns me is that second line.
On the what?
Was it a late scratch last month, but appears none the worse for wear.
Oh.
Who's your backup if the horse gets gate scratched again?
My backup. Good question.
Can't believe I'm even asking that question, but
No, it's okay. It's the 3. It's the 3 horse.
very nice.
I'm really surprised as they're coming 1 to 9 still. I mean, the horse is holding steady. You know, all I can think of, honestly, is these are the EquinEdge customers that see the 74%. That's all I can think of, right? Like,
I can't explain the 1 to 9 other than the fact that there's just, with the exception of the 3, potentially getting an easy lead, it's really hard to make a case for any of these other horses.
what's the exacta in this race? Let's look at what it pays. So the exacta with the 8 horse. So 8.3 is $3. The next highest or lowest is the 4 horse. So an 8.4 is $9 and an 8.5 is $10. The rest is pretty high.
I mean,
right.
If you like the 3 as a cover bet, it's really a play for your tournament anyways, but you could play the 3 on top here, drop the 8 altogether, or you could play the 3 on top and with the 8 and get 7 to 1. But that's really similar to the win line. You're better off placing a win bet at that point.
Yeah.
But how about the 3 and then isn't
clearly I'm in the tournament I'm clearly rooting for an 8.3. I mean, clearly. I mean, this 3 is getting bet pretty hard. I didn't love this horse, the 3. I really didn't. I know it's the EquinEdge second pick, but if you look at the will pays on the exactas, the 4 horse is 10 to 1.
Yeah.
So a $10 exacta to the 4, and it's 19 to 1 right now. So, isn't that the horse you're supposed to do like across the board bet on?
I guess so, but I just can't do that on a 43 GSR horse.
Yeah.
That's the thing for me. And it's just working okay. Low percentage connections.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were to take one of those 2 low GSR horses, I'd take the E long shot because there's multiple things telling me to watch out for this horse. You have the E morning line at 3 to 1 there, and you have it being the long shot.
Yeah.
So why not do an 8.5 or an 8 over 3.5 try?
Well, so look, you're seeing the 3 horse get bet late, and right now the 8 horse is at 1 to 5. When you look at the value, I think the 4 horse is very interesting. You look at the will pays, like pick 3 will pays. The 8 is $7.50. The 3 is $34.70, and then the 4 horse is $65.85. I think the 4 is live. Like, however you play it, it just seems like in the will pays, the 4 horse seems to be alive. That's what it seems like to me. When you look at first time starters on like past performances, do you have a way of looking at past performances in a way that makes you feel like, okay, yeah, I see the numbers on EquinEdge, but I also, when I look at a pattern or something like that, this is what I like to see.
Well, typically for a first time starter, I'll use a workout report instead of looking at a pattern. The other thing I always look at too is the gate works. And
what do you look
I usually don't like to see more than 2 gate works.
Me
And I
either.
like to see horses that broke sharply. You look here, this horse, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're all slow. And
That's
that
true.
tells me that this horse may have issues breaking. Because
They
usually
are
they
slow.
don't,
Good point.
and if I look at the 5, who's a second time starter, you see it broke sharply, and before it went, it had this sharp gate work.
Yeah.
So not surprising that it broke well. Um, so I'm looking for that, because you and I both know that when you see a horse with issues breaking, that it may just break and stay in the gate for a few minutes, and then it rushes up or doesn't run at all, and they pack it in.
Yeah.
And I try to avoid those horses. This is another horse, the 6. It's got some sharp works when it's not in the gate, but in the gate, 4-4, 7 of 7, 24 of 26.
Right. Which is usually a sign that the horse is probably slow early, and the pace number says it is. What about the EquinEdge long shot, the 5 horse with a 3-1 on the EquinEdge morning line? I was kind of surprised to see that. That's pretty tremendous value right there. Now it is a low GSR. If let's just say the 8 and the 3 duel, I imagine from that post position that the 8 has, I wouldn't imagine that he's going to give the 3 an easy lead. I don't think Hernandez. You got Hernandez aboard too. He might even send this horse, but he's going to be pressing that 3. I hope he doesn't press too much, because I really want to see, for the tournament wise, I want to see the 3 get second.
No, and I'm hoping for you that this doesn't end in a bomb as well.
This would be a disaster if the 8 does not win this race, or the 3, and any other horse win this race. Then whoever gets the lead is going to win the tournament. Yeah.
Or any of those horses. If the 7 finishes second too, that's a disaster, because they'll be able to max out at 10-1.
That's right. That's right. And there's people all over the place. They've got the 3, the 5, the 6, the 7. So, the only good scenario for me here is an 8-3.
That makes sense. I'm going to play a 3.
It
a
is
3-5 exacta, because there's just nothing to be made on the 8.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play it.
The 8-3 exacta is paying $2.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're better off betting the 3 to place than you are to playing the exacta there.
The 8-5 exacta is paying $5. I truly believe that's people taking the 8 to the EquinEdge long shot. I do.
Yep.
As crazy as that sounds, in a race like this, that's where you have such a overwhelming EquinEdge win percentage, and then and people are seeing the EquinEdge morning line at 3-1. That's why they're doing this. I guarantee it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy right? that EquinEdge plays such a role like that now?
I mean, good. Did you ever imagine that it would be that way?
No. And a lot of the times it doesn't. But in a race like this, where you have such a big favorite, it's bound to do it. I'm praying to God it comes in 8-3 right now. This is a very dangerous race for me.
Rainbow going in. Here's 50
let's see if the
stars.
4 actually has breaking problems or not.
Overwhelming favorite, pushiness to the outside. Negate.
Interesting. Yeah, so
and they're off.
3 broke out.
And pushiness blasts out. Born to Stay Thirsty comes away in second, and then it's Graceful Scarlet in third. They're followed by 50 stars already.
I hope the jockey on the 3 just chills. Don't even try to win. Just get second.
AP pushiness.
And the 8's gone.
The 3/8 pole. has opened
Yeah,
up
it's gone.
a
Nobody's
7-length lead. Born to Stay Thirsty second, and then it's another 4 back to Graceful Scarlet.
E
in
long
third.
shot's not running.
Another 2 lengths back comes Big Rainbow in fourth with a quarter of a mile to go. It's all pushiness.
We
By
got to get
6,
that 3
Born
to stay on.
We got to get that
still
3 to
clearly
stay.
second. And then it's Graceful Scarlet in third. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. And pushiness still well in control. And pushiness will win for fun at first asking, living up to all
Think
the
you're
hype.
okay.
Pushiness, daughter
Woo.
of Cantheros, cruises to
Wow.
a 6-length win. Born to Stay Thirsty.
Beautiful.
Big Rainbow.
Woo.
Graceful Scarlet. And then it was Unified AP.
All right. Text me your last 2 horses so I can watch and root you on too.
I'll give them to you right now. I have the 6 in race 7 in Santa Anita and the 4 in race 8.
6 and 4. Okay, got it.
4. Okay, I had a blast. Everybody, thank you so much thanks Oldie for having me. Justin, we love you, miss you. Chris,
Yeah.
Hello to you. Everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and had a great time today.
Pushiness was first.
And what a beautiful
3
first time
Born to
starter
Stay
there.
Thirsty.
Holy hell, that was amazing. And 74, isn't that amazing? Before we go, Oldie, when I first opened up EquinEdge, I don't know if you heard this talk, but everyone said you can't give a number to a first time starter.
Yep.
I was getting that constantly. Then you can't give a pace number to a first time starter. You can't, it was you can't. Well, that's a 74% win percentage chance. Top EquinEdge pick, 7 to 5 EquinEdge morning line that the system did on its own with just workouts and breeding. Is that insane?
That is insane. And I just put it, speaking of insane, I also recommend, because you might see this horse in a stakes race or at a 60 SOR next time out, somewhere around that. I just put a note on the horse so that I see when I see it next time of 74% huge monster, very impressive.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it didn't face much, to be fair, so you have to be careful. But that's a really nice Calbred right there. Who's the breeding? That was Cantharos. I love Cantharos.
Yeah.
In fact, I've been doing the ticket with the progeny predictor and putting sires and dams, and Cantharos horses really come up well with the GSR Plus grid. And this horse has a 65 on the dirt tab and high 60s numbers in the GSR, which for Calbreds, that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it's no chosen Vron, but because how impressive was that horse?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to understand that this is a Calbred, so you have to put that, in comparison. So, but all right, Oldie, I'm out. I will see you. Thanks again. Okay.
All right, thank you, and thank you everybody, and for tuning in and spending your Friday afternoon with us.